Lake City Planning Commission. Today's date is Wednesday, June 26th, 2024. The Planning Commission consists of residents from each Salt Lake City district that are appointed in a manner providing balanced geographic, professional, neighborhood, and community interest representation. The Planning Commission reviews and acts on any changes to the city's general plans, small area plans, special studies, zoning ordinances, and zoning district maps. The Commission also reviews and acts on planned unit developments, conditional uses, and certain subdivisions. Our goal is to provide a welcoming and safe environment for everyone. We ask that those in attendance adhere to a few ground rules. 1, silence or turn off your cell phones. 2, respect the person speaking and do not interrupt or do other things that could intimidate or deter others from exercising their right to be heard. Clapping, cheering, jeering, shouting, or other actions used to discourage people who have different opinions from participating will not be tolerated. People who attempt to diminish someone else's input may be removed from the room. 3, if you wish to speak, come to the microphone once the public hearing has been opened and state your name. Members of the public will have 2 minutes to comment. Your time cannot be combined with someone else's time. Everyone will get the same amount of time to speak so that we can ensure everyone is treated equally. If you are a representative of an officially registered, recognized organization and the item you wish to speak on is within the boundaries of your organization, you will be given 5 minutes. If it is outside of your boundaries, you will be given 2 minutes. 4, if you have a handout that you want the commission to see, you need to leave copies because they become part of the legal record. 5, when commenting, speak clearly, keep your comments on topic and brief. 6, questions asked during a public hearing will not be answered during the public hearing. Rather, the commission may ask the applicant or staff to answer questions after the public hearing is closed, or ask city staff to follow up with you at a later time. Our first item, the report of the chair and the vice chair. The chair has nothing to report, and the vice chair is out of town tonight, so we will go to the report of the director.
I don't have anything to report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to our open forum, which, considering tonight may be a longer meeting, we may want to keep the open forum very brief. But if anyone has anything to bring up, go ahead. Seeing nothing, let's move on to the consent agenda. Our meeting minutes from our last meeting are not ready yet, so we will not have the meetings available. We might be voting on the meeting tonight on the consent agenda. So our one item is the extension request for Muse Townhomes at approximately 728 and 726 and 724 South 300 East. That is case number PLN PCM 2022-00200. And as that is an extension, it does not require a public hearing. So we will look for any discussion to the consent agenda or a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Commissioner Tuttle and a second by Commissioner Kratzik. Any discussion to the motion? Well, let's take a vote on the consent agenda. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Kratzik.
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. The consent agenda passes unanimously.
Before we move forward, commissioners, can I please ask you to put your microphones really close to you and speak loudly and clearly in the microphones?
The first item on our regular agenda is conditional use modification for the VOA Youth Shelter at approximately 888 South, 400 West. Case number PLN PCM 2023-00910. And our planner is Diana Martinez. And we are just waiting for a technical glitch to be resolved, and we'll be moving along here.
Sorry about that. Our presentations were in the wrong format. I think we're good. Am I screaming?
No, I said the screen.
Oh. Yeah. Are you ready, Mike? Okay.
Okay. Go ahead and, sorry about the delays, go ahead and start your presentation.
Okay. Hello. Good evening. I'm glad that this is up. This is information that was sent to you that you actually cannot access at this point, but just for the public, these were 4 links that we had sent to the Planning Commission. They are previous staff memos, minutes from those dates that are relevant to this application. So just want to leave it up for just a second. So as mentioned, this is a request from the Volunteers of America, or the VOA, for approval of a conditional use modification to increase the overnight bed capacity from 30 to 50 for homeless youth aged 18 to 22 at an existing legal non-conforming youth homeless shelter. As you can see on the screen, the existing building for the existing shelter is located on the corner of 9th South and 400 West. It's on the northwest corner. Staff recommendation, based on the information and findings listed in the report, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the conditional use petition with the following condition. The shelter shall comply with the building and fire codes regarding occupancy up to a maximum of 50 beds. And I will explain more on that condition in a minute. So the VOA received conditional use approval for the youth shelter in 2014. That was 3 years before the ordinance adoption of the Homeless Resource Center standards in 2017, therefore making it a legal non-conforming use. The conditional use was approved with the 5 conditions listed above. Number 1 is what we're looking at today. The VOA wants to make a modification to that one condition, and that being going from 30 beds to 50. So within the last year, 2 temporary land use ordinances have been approved by the City Council. November 7th of last year of 2023, the City Council adopted an ordinance enacting temporary regulations authorizing the VOA to increase the nighttime bed capacity to 50, a full 50. That expired April 15th of this year. And then on April 16th of this year, the City Council adopted an additional ordinance that extended that temporary regulation authorizing the increase to 50 beds. That will be in effect for 180 days and will expire October 28th, 2024 this year. So just to remind you, I know you all know, but a conditional use does run with the land. So if at any number that you increase an approval tonight, it goes with the land as long as they do get licensing within a year, and they would not need to have any more of these temporary land use ordinances established. So one of the problems that we've come across in this application is working with the fire codes and the building codes of this building. So although under the temporary land use regulation ordinances, they were granted 50, in a permanent state, they can't meet the current fire and building codes to get that number. So the fire department has only allowed them to have an increase of 17 beds. So that puts them at 47 total. So at this point, although we are saying up to 50, by code, they can only meet 47. They can only get 47. If they change and comply with the added code modifications that they need for the building, they could go up to 50 with your approval. The standards for Homeless Resource Center, the ordinance is 21A 36350. Those again were established in 2017. The youth homeless shelter is meeting almost all of them. The only one that they don't meet is the safety and operations plan. They do not have one in place at this time. They have submitted one. It's in your staff report. This brings them to compliance with the ordinance for the homeless resource centers. And that plan has been reviewed and accepted by the Salt Lake Police Department and the Housing Stability Division. If they receive your approval tonight, no matter what the number is, assuming it's to 47 or 50, to 50, knowing it'd probably be 47 for a bit, the VOA would need additional approvals. They would need approvals from Salt Lake County Health, from Utah State Human Services State Office of Licensing, and again, they would have to meet the fire and building codes, so their floor plan would have to be code compliant. And again, the staff is recommending approval with that one condition, that the shelter shall comply with the building and fire codes regarding occupancy up to a maximum of 50 beds.
Thank you. Can we have the applicant come forward?
Yes, they are here.
Yeah, make sure, hit the button, make sure the light is green.
Perfect. Testing.
Thank you. And if you can all state your names for the record, that'd be great.
Hello, I'm Kathy Bray. I'm the president and CEO for Volunteers of America, Utah.
Danny Knives, Division Director of Youth Homeless Services for Volunteers of America, Utah.
Siwati Balu, Vice President of Program Operations for Volunteers of America.
Thank you. And go ahead and let us know your presentation. Do you have slides to present, or?
We do have a
just going over?
handout we're going to
Okay.
reference throughout it. Everyone got that?
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay. Well, first and foremost, thank you for the Planning Commission for your already favorable recommendation, and we appreciate the City Mayor and the City Council for their approval to modify our conditional use permit to increase our emergency shelter capacity from 30 to 50 beds for homeless youth in our community. So we've been serving homeless youth since the late 90s here at the Youth Resource Center. So we have been in the game for a while. Through community support, we opened the current Youth Resource Center in May of 2016, as you can see in Deanna's PowerPoint. And if we're referencing the handout here, we do a lot here at this Youth Resource Center. So we support transition-age youth through comprehensive drop-in day center programming, and then also an emergency shelter, which takes into effect at 7:30 p.m. and then phases out back into drop-in day center services at 8:30 in the morning. So during the day, any number of youth can come in, and it's just a drop-in center. You can come in, and there's basic needs, 3 meals a day, food pantry, shower, laundry. We have a legal clinic on site to support youth, housing programs, crisis therapy. We also support youth in getting connected to services that we don't provide. So that is mental health support in the community, detoxification centers, substance use support, anything that they might need, we're here to support in getting them connected to that and breaking down those barriers that they have. So since July 1st, 2022, so almost 2 years ago, we've served 563 youth at the Youth Resource Center. We've had 70 youth move into permanent supportive housing with our support in that time frame. And then around 105 youth moved to positive destinations. So this would mean they moved into substance use treatment, they moved into transitional housing, or any other positive support that's not homelessness. And that doesn't take into account the number of youth that were able to solve their own homelessness without our support and resolve that on their own, which is an incredibly beautiful thing. And bed count timeline, so of course we opened in spring 2016, and we actually were able to get winter overflow approval to move to 50 in fall of 2022, and did that model for the whole winter season, moved back down to 30 beds in spring of 2023. And that whole summer season, we were down at 30 beds again, still seeing the need. That fall, we saw a need again, and we moved back up to 50 with that approval. And since then, we've been at 50 with that winter overflow extension, and we're good through October right now. We serve, on average, 45 youth accessing emergency shelter a night and around 50 youth accessing drop-in day center services a day. So we do see a number of youth accessing our services. And a number that I love to highlight about my staff is that around 95% of clients who stayed 7 days or longer engage with case management services. So we're highly effective at not only bringing the youth in, but engaging them and saying, hey, what's your plan out of here? Let's get a roadmap of where we're at now and where we need to be to get your self-sufficiency. And something else that I love to highlight here is when we were looking at the need for additional shelter beds, we went to Salt Lake County Youth Action Board, which is made up of youth who had formerly experienced homelessness, and looked for their advice of, what do we do here? How do we solve this issue of youth sleeping outside, in the cold, in the heat, whatever that looks like? And they said, let's increase. So we took their direction as individuals with lived expertise to start making this happen. So some other things I want to highlight is the ongoing collaboration that we have with our community and with other public servants in our city. So we have a bi-weekly security meeting with Officer Ezra Bitsidi. So he's our community liaison officer. We don't have an HRC squad here like the other resource centers, but we meet with him every other week, and that's also with Premier Security, who's on site 365 days a year. We go over major incidents, high utilizers, incident statistics, and just say, hey, how do we better this? How do we target individuals that are causing disruption within our center and within this community, and support in getting them connected to higher resources? One statistic I do want to highlight here is through the months that we had an increase in beds, we were seeing way less incidents inside. And we see that because there is a less of resource scarcity. So when there's 30 beds and there's 60 youth inside trying to access services, they see each other as, hey, are you gonna get the bed over me? Whatever that looks like. You can see as we're getting close to bedtime that they are anxious if they're going to get chosen to get a bed. And we see more incidents come up that way. When we do have 50 beds, we see a lot more people much more calm. They're connecting with one another in more holistic and friendly ways because they know, hey, we're all going to have a safe place to sleep tonight. Another thing that we have done recently is on May 30th, we did a Popsicles and Hoops event with SLCPD, which was a high success. A lot of Ezra Batsidi was here with us, and we had a lot of youth come outside, and it was a great success to just see the youth connect with PD and form a stronger, more cohesive relationship there. We also hold a bi-weekly community meeting with Salt Lake City and the Art Space Commons, who have been amazing neighbors that we've held strong partnerships with since entering the neighborhood in 2016. They just wrote a letter of recommendation, so it might hit your inboxes during this meeting, but they are in great favor of us increasing, and the most connected neighbor in our neighborhood, and we really cherish that relationship and are very responsive to their needs as well. I also just want to highlight this population for a second because I can give you a lot of numbers, I can tell you statistics, but every single one of these youth are the most truly resilient individuals that I have met. It is a true honor to do this work and connect with them on a daily basis, and many of these youth have aged out of foster care systems or maybe had generational homelessness or have kicked out of their homes on their own. And we look for opportunities to disrupt behaviors like substance use or antisocial behaviors and support increasing self-reliance and pro-social connections within the community, trying to shift them out of that survival mode into a state where they can move on and upwards with their lives. And we have the opportunity to shift the trajectory of their lives forever in this really unique point in time. It's honestly an honor to witness the resiliency and hope that comes from this center. Ending youth homelessness is ending adult homelessness, and it's adult homeless prevention. It's key to keeping them inside, and with this increase in bed capacity, we can keep them more engaged to continue to engage with them in case plans and housing supports so we can move them out of homelessness into housing faster and with less bumps along the way. So I just want to thank you again, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on this.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do in the community. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? Let's go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. We have 2 cards. Amy Hawkins. I don't see the microphone there. Give us just a moment to get the microphone ready.
Thank you.
Remember to state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes since you are representing the Ballpark Community Council.
Thank you. My name is Amy J. Hawkins, and thank you, Planning Commissioners, for your time this evening. To recap some of the facts from the letter that the Ballpark Community Council submitted, we submitted a GRAMA request for calls for service data for the address of the Youth Resource Center. Prior to the Youth Resource Center being built in 2013 and 14, there were no police calls for service at this address. The Planning Commission staff report for 2014 for the original CUP is clear. It doesn't anticipate operating a youth resource center in the area would result in any detrimental public safety effects for the site or for the surrounding area. In contrast, the Youth Resource Center had a police call volume of 410 calls in 2020, 333 calls in 2021, and 291 calls in 2022. We hosted a dialogue with the VOA at our Ballpark Community Council meeting in December 2023, and submitted our response to this proposed increase in beds under the assumption that everybody's participating in this exchange of ideas in good faith. We're still interested in understanding the answers to some of the questions that we posed to our letter that we submitted in January. What does this level of police call volume represent for the guests of the Youth Resource Center, both the day drop-in guests and the overnight guests, and the surrounding neighborhood? We've been told by staff that some of these calls are made because of policies that are meant to keep the guests of the Resource Center safe. And we'd like to understand these policies better. We reviewed the security and operations plan that was posted in the Planning Commission staff report on Friday, but there's no new information in that plan that clarifies this. Maybe these are policies that we'll learn more about when the VOA initiates quarterly neighborhood community or coordinating group meetings. But this does get to the heart of the conditional use permitting process. Do police call volumes that average almost one call a day suggest that planning commissioners should anticipate that continued and expanded use of this site can be mitigated by the imposition of reasonable conditions? Are those reasonable conditions any different from current practices? What amount of police call volume does the Planning Commission believe is an acceptable level that meets the conditions of the conditional use permitting process and demonstrates that detrimental conditions have been effectively mitigated? Is there actually any level that is too high? If the answer is no, then it's difficult to see the entire conditional use permitting process as anything other than a farce. If so, hours of your time and the time of policymakers and community members who show up to these meetings willing to engage has maybe been wasted. Is there an acceptable threshold of police call volume? Is that level different from a homeless shelter than it would be for a bar or a restaurant or a club? If a bar opened up in a restaurant that generated 300 police calls a year, then the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Services would probably look at that establishment's license. Probably like several of you in this room, I signed into Monday's Utah Homeless Services Board meeting to listen to city's proposals to the board for what they would like to do with continued funding for homeless mitigation. To quote Sandy Mayor Monica Zielinski from the board meeting, the recent tragic incident at the medically vulnerable person shelter in Sandy, the homicide that recently took place inside that shelter, shows that you need to plan for the safety of the community surrounding the Homeless Resource Center, but also inside the Resource Center. Having a robust security and operations plan is important for the guests inside the shelter. We heard from the South Salt Lake mitigation presentation that they found that as you put more people in a confined space, their call volume goes up exponentially. This suggests from local experience in homeless services that adding 56 or 66% additional beds within a building with the same footprint means that we can expect calls for services to go up by a similar or greater amount. So maybe instead of 300 calls a year, we can expect it to go up to 470 calls a year. Is an increased level of service sustainable into the future? I think Salt Lake City Council engaged in the long process to revise homeless services amendments because they believe that portion of city code should count and be respected because standards solve problems. If the only thing we care about with regards to the homeless shelters and beds are that they exist, then we're not fulfilling our obligations to the people who will be housed there, the staff who will be working there, the communities who host the shelters, or the stakeholders who committed time and resources to developing and revising the Homeless Resource Center amendments with belief that cities and participants would respect the code. If we create regulations that don't work, the state has shown that it's willing to step in, and I think it would be to all of our benefit to try to come up with solutions here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next card is Janet Hemming. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Janet Hemming. Good evening, Commissioners. Please postpone approval of this request until the public has factual and truthful answers to these questions. Has this organization complied with all the agreements in the original conditional use permit for this facility? If not, why should a new request be granted? Can the applicant explain why this facility has one of the highest calls for service to the Salt Lake City Police Department and how those numbers are going to decrease if the number of residents nearly double? Has this organization worked in good faith with the local community to resolve problems? We've received numerous reports that say otherwise. Is there drug use in the facility? We have credible reports that youth from this facility make regular drug runs between drug camps on 9th South and the shelter. There is an evening curfew where residents are required to stay inside the facility except for approved excuses like work. We have credible reports that this curfew is not being enforced. There are reports that youth older than 22 are allowed to reside in the facility. True or false? Are staff members encouraged to report violations, and does senior management in turn report these violations to law enforcement? We have reports they don't. We also have credible reports that residents have weapons in the facility, even though weapons are prohibited. In one case last year, a female resident used a knife to kill a man across the street from the youth shelter in an abandoned building. This was one of 4 violent crimes this person committed over a 4-year period while a resident of the shelter. This commission plays an important role in the homeless and property that they are properly housed. But you must also weigh this against harm to public safety and harm to the residents. I urge you to postpone a decision until the applicant can demonstrate to the public it complies with all legal regulations and crime reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to give public comment on this item? Have we received any emails in the meantime?
We have, let me just pull it up real quick. Okay. Art Space, a 501c3 not-for-profit corporation, supports the efforts of Volunteers of America Utah, the VOA, in increasing the occupancy at their youth resource center and shelter. With Salt Lake City's increase in unsheltered homelessness, VOA's request will allow more youth experiencing homelessness to have a safe place to sleep each night. Their efforts are meeting a critical need in our community while improving the lives of the city's homeless youth. Art Space owns the 2 mixed-use complexes immediately to the north of the YRC, Art Space Commons and Art Space Solar Gardens, as well as the building directly to the west, Art Space Greenery. We are therefore the only immediate neighbors of the project on all sides. Our 2 neighboring projects include 132 residential units and over 60,000 square feet of commercial space. We also sold the VOA the land to build the YRC. When considering the opportunity of selling the land to VOA, we thoroughly considered the potential impacts of the YRC on our adjacent facilities as well as on the surrounding neighborhood. Now that the YRC has been operating since 2016, we are glad to have them as our neighbor and as part of the community. If an issue ever does arise, the VOA always addresses it immediately. VOA's Youth Resource Center is providing an essential service that is critical to the health and well-being of our community. We support the proposed YRC increased occupancy and urge you to support Volunteers of America's requests. Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you. One last call for public comment on this hearing or on this item. If anyone would like to give public comment, go ahead and approach the microphone. We will go ahead and close public comment on this item and bring it back to the commission for questions and a motion. And also, I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity to respond to the comments that were received.
Thank you for that opportunity. Some of the statistics that Danny was talking about in terms of less calls when we had the winter shelters open at 50 beds, Based on the information that we gathered, that has been the case, that it did not result in increased calls to the police when we had 50 beds online, in fact, less. There are certainly things that happen in the neighborhood that are very disturbing to have near us. If someone gets stabbed in the neighborhood, that is not necessarily connected to the Youth Resource Center. We may know people from time to time that are involved in the situations, and our job is to try to interrupt behaviors that are harmful to homeless youth or to youth who are experiencing homelessness. We have a metal detector at the front of our facility as part of the entry and the intake process for every person who comes in. We take safety within the facility very seriously. If there's ever any drug use within the facility, we address it immediately and that person exits the facility. We are holding the youth accountable and teaching them better ways. And so those are the things that come to mind for me.
I'll just add both comments. What I want to say is we're also a part of the community and the neighborhood, and we are as concerned about those calls as anyone that spoke tonight. We work really closely with SLCPD. We would love to work more with the community. Amy, let's meet, let's talk. I think it's really important for us that everyone is safe. Our youth experiencing homelessness, our staff, our neighbors. And so it's definitely a concern of ours as well, and we work every day to try and address it. Can we do things better? Absolutely. And so that's why we're grateful for the feedback, however it may come, and hope to work with our partners to better that situation.
Thank you. Any question? Okay.
I have a couple. So you probably don't have these numbers, but there's an easy way to kind of compare the police calls pre-2023, when we were at 30 beds, and post-2023 when they were operating at 47. Is there any way that, we could then compare? Did the calls actually increase?
Yeah, there is a change in the calls. We have worked a lot with the police department on this application. And some of the calls actually, the calls are not separated on the sheet that Amy Hawkins submitted. But in talking with the police, a lot of those calls have happened during the day, not necessarily at night. So that, I think, is your better comparison, because we're talking about that one condition that specifies about capacity increase for nighttime beds. And I just want to reiterate that if you don't approve any increase to this, they're still going to have 30 beds. The original conditional use is still going to stand. And one thing that, in talking with the planning director, who is not here unfortunately, is that that list that was submitted shows calls from commercial businesses all around. So the community council is trying to pinpoint the shelter. Of course, that's relevant, but there's calls all around, this in that list from all kinds of businesses.
Granted, there would be. So the source of the call, in just doing an easy comparison, pre-2023, when they got the emergency use to increase the beds. So we can take into account, anybody is calling. Did the calls increase after they went to 47 at night, or did they not? Regardless of who's calling, because they would still be lumped into that. And that's just what I'm curious about. And then the other thing that, because I don't necessarily think it's totally topical, but the reasons for the calls that may be connected to the VOA. Did your safety and operations plan try to address what calls are pertinent to the VOA to the police, that your safety and operations plan actually tried to focus on those reasons instead of just writing a safety and operations plan. And so I'm wondering if you made that effort. You don't need to spell out or articulate what all of those reasons are, but I want to ask if you made an effort in that plan to try and address those reasons so that you're moving forward and you're elevating your services.
Sure, and then, so we have a bi-weekly meeting with SLCPD to talk through any of these incidents that may occur. And that was even prior to, prior to winter shelter. So increasing, we were already having those meetings to kind of talk about any incidents. Do we talk about every single one? I'm not sure. Probably the most important ones or the most heated ones that they bring up, but that's already been part of our process.
My question though is, did the safety and operations plan that you submitted, did you make an effort when writing that plan to try and address those incidents that you're talking to the police about so that you have a plan in place to try and bring those down or to address those incidents? Or is your safety and operations plan just so that you had it, so you complied with the ordinance?
No,
that's what I'm asking.
Sure, and it includes that meeting because I think that meeting is key to address those issues and then for us to come up with a plan on how to mitigate that.
Okay.
Also, Commissioner Berry, to add, our deputy director had been working with Housing Stability regarding the comparison of the safety and operations plan with the more adult facilities, the house, I'm gonna have to look at them for direction, but
The resource
23
centers.
plus, anyone, so the women's shelter, the men's shelter, et cetera. This plan that they have submitted is very comparable to the plan that they have on their sites.
I just want to make one other comment to that, if I could, please. I also think that some of our internal operational policies have been improved to also address some of the safety and security concerns related to this situation, in addition to the safety and security plan that was submitted, more specifics in organizational program policies too.
Is there a time limit for how long a client can stay in the shelter?
There's not a time limit for the amount of time that a client can stay in the center. With that being said, we highly target a lot of individuals, and if they start becoming higher utilizers, there is a plan in place on, hey, where are we at and where do we need to be? And I think right now there's only a handful of chronically homeless youth, which means year or longer, 4 episodes within 3 years, totaling 12 months. So we are highly, highly successful in moving youth from homelessness into housing very rapidly. I would say the average nightly stay, last time I checked, was less than 40 days.
Are the clients allowed to stay in the shelter all day, 24/7, if they choose to?
They are, yes.
If they get that bed.
If they are allotted the bed.
So how is the shelter itself adapted from 30 beds to internally? How is that made from 30 to 50? Just shove more beds in a room, or what do you do?
We're actually utilizing the dining room. And that can be utilized as a temporary place to house people, but cannot be authorized by the fire department as a permanent sheltering room because it's mostly glass walls and has the wrong type of ceiling and so forth. That's why temporarily we can utilize the dining room, move all the tables, and that's where we accommodate the additional 20 people during the wintertime. If we go to the 50 year-round, we need to look at retrofitting one of the rooms upstairs and making it a fire-safe room for 30 minutes. And that's what we would hope to do in the long run when we have enough funding to take care of that, so that we can bring more people in to a fire-safe situation.
So you're not planning on an addition?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion. Based on the information presented and discussed, I move that the commission approve the conditional use modification application as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Scheer and a second from Commissioner Kratzik. Any discussion to the motion? Let's take.
Yes, just very quickly, I appreciate the community coming out to talk about this issue, and I would encourage you all to continue this discussion, of course, and continue to help make sure that everyone's needs are talked about and addressed. So thank you guys very much for coming to be a part of this.
Thanks. Well, let's take a vote. Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Kratzik,
Yes.
and the chair also votes yes. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And we will move to our next item. Item number 2, plan development and preliminary subdivision at approximately 843 South Lake Street. Case numbers PLN PCM 2023-0042 and PLN SUB 2023-00412. And our
Here's your chair, Chris.
staff member is Chrissy Gilmore.
So you can't make it big? There we go. Okay, thank you. So this is a request to create 2 new lots at 843 South Lake Street to build 2 new single-family detached homes. Plan development approval is required to modify the lot width for Lot 1 to 18 feet instead of the required 30 feet. The applicant is also requesting a modification to the front yard setback for both lots from 13 feet to 8 feet 5 inches and 10 feet. In addition, a preliminary subdivision plat is also required with the plan development, and planning staff is recommending approval of both applications. The project is located at the end of Lake Street, which is an interior core street in the SR3 zone. It is located near the 9th and 9th commercial node to the east, as well as smaller commercial intersection at 9th South and 7th East. Outside the commercial zones, most of the surrounding development consists of single-family homes, duplexes, and small-scale multifamily within the SR3, R2, and RMF 35 zoning districts. Some photos of the subject site. The home that you can see there will be demolished, and in its place will be the approximate location of the home on Lot 2. And then you can see the end of Lake Street where the 2 cars are parked, and then a couple photos that are taken looking into the site from both directions. So the proposal is to split the lot into 2 for 2 new homes. Lot 1, facing a private access easement, will be 2 stories with a height of, or is proposed at 2 stories with a height of 28 feet to the pitch of the roof with an attached 1-car garage to the rear. Its footprint is 1,126 square feet. Lot 2, facing Lake Street, will be approximately 23 feet tall with a 579 square foot footprint and 1 parking stall to the rear. The lot sizes are 3,311 square feet for Lot 1 and 2,081 square feet for Lot 2, which meets the 2,000 square foot requirement for single-family detached in the SR3 zone. And then this project is related to a previously approved plan development adjacent to the site, which created the private access easement through the site. The recently approved neighboring project at 839 South Menden Court will consist of 3 attached townhome units and is currently under construction. As part of the Menden Court plan development, the applicant, and this is important background to go over, the applicant met with fire and removed it was originally proposed at 4 units. They met with fire to meet fire access requirements, and as a result, they removed a unit to create a hammerhead turnaround. This was approved through the plan development process and then again at their building permit stage. Then through this Lake Street project, through public comments received, I reconfirmed with the fire reviewer, and initially they did not point out any issues with fire access, but when I reconfirmed with them, they did say that Lake Street does not meet fire access requirements, and as a result, parking will be removed from Lake Street to meet that requirement. And I did want to say that undoubtedly this impacts the residents of Lake Street, and it's a very important background information. But I did want to mention that the removal of parking is not within the scope of what the Planning Commission is discussing tonight. You're discussing the Lake Street plan development and the requested modifications. The parking removal is associated with the already approved project at 839 South Menden Court. So for the requested modifications, the lot width, due to the termination of Lake Street at the subject site, the north lot, lot 1, is below the required frontage requirement, measuring 18 feet instead of 30 feet. The orientation of the building does face the private driveway easement, which is a width of 56 feet. And then the south lot exceeds the lot width requirement with a width of 39 feet as a result of that proposal to split the lots between the private driveway easement. And then the front yard setback. The applicant is also requesting a reduction in the front yard setback for both lots. In the SR3 zone, the front yard setback is determined by averaging the setbacks of all the other yards on the block face, which results in a 13-foot setback. Lot 1 has a small portion of the structure that encroaches into the 13-foot setback and is requesting that small portion, and you can see it in blue, that small corner, to project into that setback. And then Lot 2 is requesting a 10-foot setback, as explained in the applicant's narrative, aimed at supporting a slightly larger structure. The setback modification is in line with the homes immediately adjacent to the proposed site. The home directly south has a setback of approximately 9 feet, and the one south of that has a setback closer to 8 feet. And the larger setback is because of the average of the block face. So for plan developments are reviewed against the standards in Chapter 21A55, and they must meet the purpose statement of a plan development, achieve at least one objective, and demonstrate why the modifications are necessary. And the proposal, when planning analyzed the proposal meets the goals and policies of Plan Salt Lake, Housing SLC, and the Central City Master Plan to promote compatible infill development and a more efficient use of land, and to accommodate an increase in the city's population in existing neighborhoods. So as discussed in the staff report, the modifications are minor and would allow infill development that meets the city's housing goals. And then the next steps. So if the petition is approved, approval would be approving the development plan. All department comments would need to be met through various reviews. The applicant would need to submit for a final subdivision plat, and then any modifications would need to come, major modifications would need to come back to the Planning Commission. If the request is denied, the applicant could still develop and build one residential unit due to the lot width constraints, but would need to modify their plan to meet the front yard setback requirement. And then I did want to mention that staff has received significant public input from neighbors along Lake Street. I'm primarily concerned with the impact of the parking removal, but there are also concerns about the additional density and some concerns with the design of the units. And a letter was also received from the East Liberty Park Community Organization, which is included in your staff report. And so to summarize, staff is recommending approval of both petitions. And that concludes my report. The applicant is here as well.
Thank you. Let's have the applicant come forward. And state your names for the record.
My name's Mike Colligan. I'm the owner
Thank you.
and applicant. Sorry.
Check to make sure the mic, yeah.
My name is Sydney Garcia. I represent JZW Architects.
Thank you. And go ahead and give us your comments.
Well, obviously we're here. The existing structure cannot stay. It has already been forced to be removed to provide the access under a previous project to the east. So that leaves me with the challenge of how to better utilize this site. We would like to move forward with the project. It adds one additional residence. The additional residence would be further away from the street than the existing residence would be. We have tried to design the homes, the two single-family homes, to match the rest of the neighborhood in size, architecture, even building materials. We've utilized materials that are used elsewhere on the same street, on Lake Street. So with that, we're requesting that we be allowed to subdivide the lot and put these two homes on the lot.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? We will go ahead and open up public comment on this. We do have multiple cards here. Let's have Alan Crittenden from the East Liberty Park Community Organization go first. State your name for the record and you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Alan Crittenden, and I am the Vice Chair of the Land Use Committee of the East Liberty Park Community Organization. ELPCO has already provided you with a detailed letter explaining our concerns about the process that got us to this point. As a result of the fire review associated with this project and the related Mendon Court project, the longtime residents of Lake Street have already lost their on-street parking, despite having been initially assured that these projects would have no impact on them. We don't really care where this foul-up happened. This portion of the fire code is pretty straightforward. You need a 20-foot wide unobstructed access at a minimum if the structures are over 30 feet, and I understand now that some of these townhouses are. You're supposed to need 26 feet. Mendon Court was less than 20 feet wide from the get-go, and Lake Street with anything parking on it is less than 20 feet wide. So this is something that should have been pretty obvious at the very outset that was going to require some adjustments on the parking arrangement. We understand that the fire marshal has no discretion to modify these requirements. That's what he's told us. There may well be times when you decide as a commission that a project is so important that in spite of the negative effects and the loss of parking on existing residents, it ought to go ahead. But we would hope that that won't ever happen again without those residents being given adequate notice that that's going to happen if the project goes forward, and everybody has a chance to consider the full impact of the project before the approval. The current residents on Lake Street are largely working and middle class, the kind of residents that the city is struggling to keep now. They are not the target market for these new houses, most of which will likely sell for more than $1 million. The new houses will have ample parking, but it will effectively be coming at the expense of the existing residents. ELPCO has urged that as a matter of simple fairness, the Lake Street project should be approved only on the condition that it is reduced in size to allow for some parking to be made available for the current residents of Lake Street. the parking alternatives right now for them are pretty limited. 900 South is already full in the evening, as is most of the next block south on Lake Street, a block which currently lacks a crosswalk going across 900 South. And we certainly hope that at very least a crosswalk can be put in there right away. Whatever action you take here tonight on this project, we hope that you won't ever allow again Salt Lake City residents to be surprised by such a major change in their daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, no clapping. Our next card is Joe Larea.
I'd like to submit these drawings to you guys. I wasn't able to get them.
Okay, we actually got copies emailed to us, so we do have the drawing with us. Yeah. And, yep, approach the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody. I'm Joe Larea. I live at 739, well, I own the house at 739 East, 900 South up the front. I rent out to a family. They have a fair amount of cars. And I want to thank you guys for having us here today. Part of the reason for public involvement is to make sure new development does not negatively impact existing property owners. And this one is unfortunately doing so by removing the parking that has been there. My house was built in 1890 and we've been there for a long time. The fact of the density that's going to be coming down Lake Street now is just going to be a driveway for Menden Court, because Menden Court couldn't have gotten approved without this Lake Street approval. And I'm sure everybody's probably already going to approve this, which is fine because I'm pro-development as an architect. But when it impacts people negatively, it's really unfortunate, unfair for us existing tenants who've been living there for quite some time or decades. I'm also concerned about the design. The drawing I have presented, I have a turning radius on the corner, and it's clipping the south lot at 28 feet. So currently, if you clip, that's not quite code compliant. I also look at these drawings, and having setbacks readjusted is kind of also unfair. I believe this is probably going to affect our property values as well. As far as ADA and sidewalk, I don't see any sidewalks at these houses. I see a stoop, and the stoop is right at the curb, and then the curb is at the street. So to me, it's kind of I understand they wanted to use the land and develop it, but sometimes, like Menden Court, they should have bought better dirt and not use Lake Street as their main driveway to get to their development. I'm against the project, and I really would like to state that removing our parking is quite unfair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Delano Wing. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Delano Wing. I'm the owner of 863 South Lake Street. And from the beginning, even last year before the permit was issued by the commission here, Mr. Cooligan approached me as being a neighbor. But a good neighbor is not somebody that does something that all your other neighbors suffer from. Right now, I believe that my property value is being compromised. It's no street parking now based on what you're doing. You've depreciated the value of my property, my real property. And this was brought up in the meeting before you guys even issued the permit. You guys have a video record of it and even a written document of this. I mean, I just want to say there's right and there's wrong. And what's happening here is very, very wrong. We had no notification. There was no consultation over this. You guys actually put the street signs up today and people are disregarding them and still parking there anyway. So when it comes to asking for consideration of modifications of existing codes for both lots, my answer is no. My answer is no is because I feel like what's happening to us is gross negligence. Who's liable for the depreciation of my property? Is it Mr. Cooligan? Is it this commission? Is it the fire chief, who I wonder actually measured it in real life before you guys approved the permit? Again, that's my question. Who is liable for the depreciation of not only my property, but everybody's property in the whole Lake Street and that 9 South area? I'll rest there.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rainey Smith Bale. Yes, if you're in the overflow room, go ahead and come over to the main room. We will move to Arlo Wing. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Arlo Wing. I'm actually here on behalf of my mother, Tina Lindberg, who lives at 847 Menden Court. As my brother brought up a year or 2 years ago when this whole development started, the planning was brought to this commission. We explained that there's no room for fire trucks, emergency vehicles, garbage trucks, any large vehicles to get back there. Menden Court is the right-of-way is 12 feet on the west side, 10 feet on the east side. And that is currently being choked off by all the construction vehicles. They've been pretty rude. It's been inconvenient for the people back there. I can only imagine what's going to happen with Lake Street. Again, even having 20 feet, 23 feet, whatever Lake Street is, getting a fire truck in and out of there is going to be extremely difficult. Over the years, my mom has been there for 50 plus years. If there's been an emergency back there, they park out on the street and have to go back. Doesn't matter if it's Lake Street, off of 9th South, 8th South, anywhere along Lake Street. This can't go through.
Thank you. Next, we have Bree Henke. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Bree Henke. We are the homeowners at the very end of Lake Street. Our house was on that, and my mom's car was parked in the road, as that is the only option for her to park. My mom and my aunt live there. We lived there for 2 years, and we had one car because there was no other option. And we were trying to respect the rules of parking on one side on garbage days. Already fire trucks, everyone has said they cannot get through. We have kids. Now we're asking my 70-year-old mother to walk her groceries from 900 South all the way down the street, or me with my baby with bags full of groceries because you guys took our parking away. This is a historic road. These gentlemen own 4 houses on this road. We've gone through every town hall with these projects, and it's multiple projects have failed. You guys aren't the only ones trying to build in this place. And parking has always been the issue. The fire marshal didn't care before May about this road. And I've been emailing Chrissy, she's probably sick of me, but we got no notice for this parking to be removed. My mom and my aunt Chrissy emailed me on May 29th and said sometime mid-June it's going away. That's so unfair. The house facing south or facing Lake Street, the smaller house that they're gonna build, they're gonna have dinner parties. People will park on Lake Street. Those cars will get towed. The city will make more money on those cars being towed. The gentleman that has a van and a car and a boat, he's gonna park that boat on 900 South because there's no other place to go, and it will be towed, and the city will make more money. People have more than one cars in a household. These are 2 3-bedroom places. That's a minimum of 2 to 3 bedroom cars. And no driveways. If you guys have been on this street, you can see there are no driveways because these houses are from 1896 and they're awesome historical houses. And it just feels like there's been very little consideration to put these huge, dense projects on very small land at the end of 2 very small dead ends. Like maybe one house, but it seems like we have not been cared about as the residents of that street.
Thank you. Art Fenstermaker. Well, we'll give you plenty of time to make it to the microphone there.
Can I just bring it to him?
Yes, if you want to hand it to him. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Art Fenstermaker, kind of a long last name. Anyway, I do own a property at 850 South Lake Street. It's a fourplex. We do have parking for 1 car for each of the residents, but one of the problems is, you know, if they have a visitor, if you have a repairman, anything like that, there's no place for them to park if they can't park on the street. Patrick Milne owns the duplex right next door, and he's unfortunately out of town, but he has no other parking other than on the street. And he told me the other day that he rented the duplex out, but it's probably going to have to cave in because there's no place for her to park. And I know that the developer is trying to be a good neighbor to all of us, but it's just not going to work the way that is. They're going to have to figure something else out. They did read the Liberty Park questions and answers that were given there, and I think they brought up some good points. But it's true, the parking was never, ever brought up with anybody until all of a sudden we've got signs and they told us no parking. And I think it's unfair and not right that they be able to do that. It's my understanding from the papers that I've read that the parking was supposed to be an issue with the Menden Court project, not the Lake Street project, as it turned out. And just my hope that this committee will see the injustice that's going on and the way that people are being treated on that street. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to give public comment on this item? If so, go ahead and approach the microphone. Have we received any emails?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission.
Can you give me the timeline? There's 2 projects that have kind of taken place, and can you give me the timeline of how the parking is being affected and where in the process that happened? Yeah.
Yeah, so the Menden Court project went through in the summer of 2022. I can't remember the exact date, and was approved by the Planning Commission at that time. There was department review from the fire department, and like I mentioned, they required the hammerhead turnaround as a way to meet their fire requirements. No concerns were brought up with the width of Lake Street at that time. And then they submitted for their building permit. Fire also reviewed their building permit. The Menden Court one also approved their building permit. And then the Lake Street project came in. I noticed it in summer, I think it was July of 2023. And then I received a couple of public comments about the width of the street again. Fire had already sent me their comments, and I followed up again asking, I'm getting these comments, can we just reconfirm that this is working? And in fall of 2023, they said it wasn't working, and the width of the street actually didn't meet the requirements. And so through the fall of 2023, we met with the attorney's office, building official, fire marshal, and ultimately the call was made that the parking had to be removed as a condition of the Menden Court permit, which was issued this spring.
Okay, so the parking was removed and is removed by the Menden Court permit. So there's not an ability to add parking back for this project. There's no, this project has no relationship to what?
Yeah, the decision tonight does not take, the parking cannot be changed by the decision tonight, the removal of the parking. And also the removal of parking is not a decision that planning can make. That's something that's up to the fire marshal. So we, regardless if it changes in the future, that's not a decision that's within our division's power.
Sorry, go for it. I find it really, really unfortunate that a lot of people were not noticed about parking. I heard a similar thing in Central Ninth recently where the same thing happened, where fire ended up saying that no one could park on a street that people had been parking on for a long time. And I want to know how, well, I just want that bird to be in somebody's ear, that like multiple people are coming to us saying, hey, no one has notified us. And I'm sure there is notice given, but it needs to be different. So it needs to be reaching more people. So that's all I want to say.
Commissioner Kratz, can you please speak directly into your microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for those comments in that direction. Planning can forward those concerns to the director of the transportation division.
Okay, thank you.
Chrissy, can you confirm that the proposed height of both of these houses is by right? It's within ordinance?
Yes, it is. The height is 28 feet in the SR3 zone, and the north lot is proposed at 28 feet, and the south lot is 23.
And then the parking that is offered in the plan, in the staff report, that meets parking requirements?
Yes, only one on-site parking stall is required in the SR3 zone.
Okay, so one per each house?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I share the concern about adequate notice. When I visit the properties, and it's been more lately than in the past, I don't see many signs up that announce to the people living around that there's going to be a public hearing about some of the decisions that are being made. And I'm wondering if there's been a change in the way staff notifies the community with signage.
Yeah, there's, so the parking notice is different, but we do have for our planning petitions a 45-day engagement period, and the applicant is responsible to post a sign within 10 days before the public hearing on the site.
Signs posted?
Yeah, we're required to post one. I think we posted 3.
Yeah, I have a photo of the signs that were posted.
Okay, because I went to the property and I didn't see any signs.
We put them up. I have photographic documentation that we did.
So, I just want to make some comments in that the Planning Commission has a very limited scope, and what fire does is completely out of our realm. We have no say in what they're doing or their decisions. We ask for their feedback in other departments so that we can get an idea, but in the end, it's when they issue the permit that all of those other department reviews get evaluated, and if they don't say anything, it's planning doesn't have anything to do with fire. I do think that you have a city council member that you should probably reach out to and start having conversations about your situation and what's occurred, because planning doesn't have any control over fire or their determination regarding parking, and so we absolutely have no purview. We have standards that are the application is reviewed to, and these are the standards that we must use when evaluating if it's something that meets those standards or not. So sometimes the idea of what a resident will bring up isn't a standard. So it's not, sometimes there are things that we can't consider because they're not part of the legal standards. And that's difficult to convey because there's pages and pages of standards that are in the staff reports that we are bound to. And so as I've been listening to comments, I've been reading through the standards to try and tie some of those concerns to existing standards, and I haven't been able to really hone in on that. So I don't want anyone here to think that commissioners aren't listening or that we're not sympathetic, but in many cases we have no power to address the valid concerns that you have brought up, because this is a different venue. But I would definitely recommend that you reach out to your city council member and start those conversations, because that's why you elect them, is to help represent you. So with that, I'm ready to make a motion based on the standards that have been evaluated. So for PLN PCM 2023-00422, the plan development, based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve the plan development application as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Berry and a second from Commissioner Kratzik. Any discussion to the motion?
I'm not absolutely sure that that this is a better project, which is one of the main considerations of a plan development, by being two units versus one unit on this site or one lot on this site. The applicant has already divided the site into two pieces through the hammerhead and through the access, and we have, as Commissioner Berry was saying, we have absolutely no recourse to a decision by the fire marshal, and I think it's extremely unfair that that this decision was made after and relates to a project that has already been approved and is in fact already 3-story tall. So I, just like Commissioner Berry, could not gin up enough reason. I could not figure out that the standards that under the standards that we have, the project does comply with most of the standards. It doesn't have to comply with all of them, but it does comply with most of the standards. And so we really don't have a choice. So that's the comment I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go ahead and take a vote. Commissioner Kratzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
I'm in full agreement with everything that Commissioner Scheer said, so yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
No.
And the chair votes yes. That motion passes 4-1. And we have one other motion to make.
I'll take a stab at it. So for PLN, I don't have PLN SUB 2023-00412, the preliminary plat, based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve this preliminary plat application as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Berry and a second from Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion? Let's take a vote. Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
No.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Kratzik.
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. That motion also passes 4-1. And let's take a 5-minute break. It's now 7:03. Let's come back at 7:09. Let's go ahead and reconvene here. Our next item, number 3, is rezone at approximately 3052 East and 1150 East Immigration Canyon Road. Case number PLN PCM 2022-01106. And our planner, again, will be Chrissy Gilmore.
Okay, thank you. So this is a request to amend the zoning map for the properties located at 3052 East and 3150 East Immigration Canyon Road. The applicant is requesting to rezone the properties from FR2 21,780 Foothills Residential to RMF 75, which is high moderate density multifamily residential. The intent of the rezone is to increase the development potential of the property. The current FR2 zone would permit approximately 12 single-family units, and the RMF 75 zone is up to 335. Staff is recommending denial of this petition. And then you can see on the map here, the property sits at the eastern edge of Salt Lake City at the mouth of Immigration Canyon and is currently vacant and undeveloped. The site is unique in that it borders other FR2 properties, which you can see in the green, and RMF 45 properties in the purple, but it is accessed from Immigration Canyon Road rather than internally from the neighborhood. It also sits below those properties, which makes it functionally separate because of the access and the topography. Salt Lake City owned property is directly west of the site, as well as Rotary Gun Park and Hogle Zoo further west. Beyond Salt Lake City's boundary, the land east of the site is within Immigration Canyon Metro Township and is zoned FR20, which permits a density of 1 unit per 20 acres. So here are some site photos for context. As you can see, it sits below the radio tower, and then it sits below the radio tower, and then the Canyon Crest condominiums, which I mistakenly said was Immigration Oaks in my staff report. And then it's also at the base of Donner Hill. The Donner Hill Monument is, if you can see my mouse, it's right here. It's just outside of the site in the public right-of-way. And then the 2 photos they're taken from the site. So a zone comparison, the key differences between the FR2 and the RMF 75 zones are the permitted land uses, building height, and density. The FR2 zone is a low density detached single family zone with a building height of up to 28 feet. The FR2 zone also has specific design guidelines to mitigate the impacts of development on the foothills, such as setbacks required from slopes over 30%, building design specifications, lighting, and landscaping requirements, which the RMF 75 zone does not have. The RMF 75 zone is a high-density zone with a building height of up to 75 feet. Uses permitted in the RMF 75 zone include multifamily, single-family, attached, and detached, and then additionally nursing care facilities, assisted living, and other similar type of uses. And then the FR2 zone requires a minimum of 28,780 square feet for a single family structure. And given the combined lot size, the approximate density of the site in the FR2 zone is 12 units. And then for multifamily development in the RMF 75 zone on lots greater than 1 acre, the permitted density is 1 unit per 500 square feet of lot area. So this gives an approximate maximum density of 335 units for the site. However, if a development has over 199 units, they need to have 2 egress roads, access roads, which this would likely limit the development potential of the site because of it would require riparian permits and other things. So they would likely stay below 199 units. So the concept plan, the applicant provided the conceptual plan showing 1 multifamily building. I did want to point out that the site has several development constraints, including steep slopes over 30% that are shown in red, which cannot be disturbed per Salt Lake City code. Additionally, the site is subject to the riparian corridor overlay zone, which has a 100-foot setback from the creek. The parking and drive areas on the concept would need to be removed because there's no development allowed within that 100-foot setback. Because of these constraints, the buildable area is less than 40,000 square feet of this approximately 6-acre site, and they show a building footprint of approximately 25,000 square feet. To note, this is just this conceptual plan. We review the zone as a whole and not necessarily based on this plan, but it is helpful to understand the constraints and the development potential of the site. Utilities are also constrained, as the nearest sewer line is 700 feet west of the site and would require the property owner to provide a connection. The applicant would also be required to connect to culinary water, which would require an extension of that line as well. And then with these development strains, a plan development would likely be necessary if the property owner did want to realize the 12 units in the FR2 zone. So key considerations. So the subject site is in the East Bench master plan area and is identified as a neighborhood on the future land use map. While the descriptions for neighborhoods in the plan does mention multifamily, the plan considers multifamily as medium density townhomes or apartments at 2 to 3 stories, and that multifamily is typically closer to Foothill Drive or Parley's Way. Additionally, the plan discusses the importance of preserving the stability of neighborhoods within and adjacent to the Hogle Zoo regional node, and that changes are not anticipated in those neighborhoods around that node. The plan also discusses that low-density development is appropriate in areas with sensitive environments and emphasizes protecting Immigration Creek and the foothills, which is not supportive of this rezone request. And then when reviewing a zoning map amendment, we also look at the purpose statement for each zone. The purpose statement for the FR2 zone focuses on the intent of the zone to minimize the impact of minimize the impact of development on the environment and character of the foothill areas, which we believe is the appropriate zone for the subject site. The purpose statement for the RMF 75 zone is not supported by the East Bench Master Plan. The purpose statement states that the district is appropriate where a density of 85 dwelling units per acre is recommended. And as discussed, the master plan calls for low density residential at this site. And then department review issues. I'll touch on these fairly quickly, but you have their comments in your staff report as well. There are several issues identified through our department review. First, transportation required a traffic study, and out of that traffic study, the transportation division determined that a left turn acceleration lane would be required out of the site. You can see from this photo, I'm standing near the entrance of the site where there's that blind turn, which is why the left turn acceleration lane would be needed. Additionally, public utilities. So once we received that, we sent this to public utilities to get comments on the additional lane, and public utilities would require a conditional letter of map revision from FEMA, which they stated is a lengthy process, and it would also require an exception to the riparian corridor overlay standards, which Salt Lake Public Utilities could not guarantee would be accepted. While the applicant could potentially provide engineer drawings to support the viability of the acceleration lane, given the overarching impacts and associated complications, planning staff does not recommend proceeding further with that analysis, as the underlying zoning request is not supported by the East Bench Master Plan. Public utilities also expressed concern with the request, as they reported significant concerns with the proposed development and associated work in the floodplain and necessary off-site infrastructure improvements. And then finally, access roads do not meet fire's requirements, or the fire department's requirements for ingress and egress. And the approved widths. And again, while there's potential for the applicant to make modifications to their plan and submit an alternative means and methods with the fire marshal, there's no guarantee that that would be accepted. So for standards of approval, zoning map amendments are discretionary processes, and the City Council and Planning Commission are not held to any one standard. However, there are several factors that should be considered in Chapter 21A 50, and these include consistency with the adopted master plan, whether it furthers the purpose of the zoning ordinance and applicable overlays, the adequacy of public utilities to serve the subject property, and the extent to which the amendment implements best and current professional practices in urban planning and design. And so in summary, planning is recommending denial because of the conflict with the adopted standards for amendments, conflict with existing master plan policies, impacts and feasibility of the development. And then I also wanted to mention public input has been significant on this request, with nearly every comment in opposition. Additionally, the East Bend Community Council, as well as several Immigration Canyon Metro Township entities, submitted letters in opposition. And so also because of public and community concerns. And so, in summary, planning is recommending denial on this petition, and that concludes my presentation. The applicant is also here.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and have the applicant come forward. And state your names for the record, please.
Good evening, Commissioner. Lance Anderson.
Chance Anderson.
He's my nephew, not my son.
Thank you. And go ahead and give your presentation.
Yeah, I mean, based on that, what Chrissy just said, we might as well run and hide. But we disagree with, based on what we've read on the, and when we read the master plan, it starts out, the owners, the East Bench neighborhoods are comprised of predominantly single-family homes and pockets of multifamily, commercial, recreation, and institutional uses that complement the low-density residential neighborhood character. Future development fits into the unique architecture styles and development patterns that define, and I want you to concentrate on that development patterns because of history, this is why we're here today, okay? You'll see, we'll show you some, you've seen pictures, but we'll kind of explain what we're thinking. Provides a diverse mix of housing choices for all stages of life and income ranges, and creates friendly, safe, and welcoming neighborhoods that encourage interaction through all stages of life. Now, and also we've been looking, talking to people up there, and we know that the University of Utah has housing problems. All the schooling areas up there have housing problems. In fact, I was even told by Steve Waldrop that they're actually having a hard time getting housing and people for the universities. And this is a good place for driving, not even driving, but bike and walking to the areas they work. And so if we could just start, the slideshow, okay. But as we're going through there, you'll notice, I'm sure all of you have been up there and seen it, but when you stand on the property, it's a beautiful piece of property, and you put 12 homes up there, I think we'd do more damage to the property. I'm on a planning commission or city council in Ivans, and before the governor changed our rules, we're very good at protecting our environments and stuff, because that's something. So, okay. So if you just kind of watch this first show, this first slide, this is as we're driving up, going east, and these are like 30-second slides. So can you make it bigger?
No, it's kind of.
It just shows you what's around us, that's been developed, and some of it's clear back in the 1970s, which none of us had anything to do with, right? But it's still there, and it makes it difficult to keep it as pristine as we'd like. We just got a new building down there, and our audio on it we have as many troubles as this one. That's brand new, so. I don't know if it plays or not. It should play, why won't it play? Try the next one then. Oh, we don't want to waste. So this one's the east coming back west, if it plays. What we did is we took the drone up there so you could get a good visual, because that's what you can see what we're dealing with. And we're the last property to the east there. The city has a well, I think, there in storage for their water. Not working either? Well, just make it bigger, then we can at least see that. So as you see, our property, point there where the property is, the property's right in that area. So what we have to the west is we have the Donner Hills apartments or condos. We have the Canyon Crest condos. We have the Bench Tower, Presidential Club, Oakwood Gardens, and they're all 7 stories or greater. The ones right there that we can see are 13 stories in an RMF 45 zone. And these were done back in the 70s, so, you know, like I said, there was a different philosophy going on there. And then right there, where'd you go with your picture? Go back to the one you just on. And then you see right there to the south, it's a big antenna. I think it's an AT&T antenna site. And it sits and hums. When you're down there, if the creek wasn't running, that's what you hear. And then we have, obviously, Immigration Canyon Road to the outside of us there. And so when we look at the master plan, we're the last piece on the properties. You going east in Salt Lake City, and then also go to that picture you just at, yeah, right there. If you look at the bottom of the Donner Hills, or Donner, what are they called? Donner Crest Towers, the towers right there, we're actually, where our site would be is over 100 something feet lower than they are. So we'll be there, and then their towers are over 100 feet taller, you know, once you get to there. So they're 200 something feet taller than we are from our site. And so we're not gonna instruct, you know, anyone's view. It's kind of its own little environment down there. And we got the satellite dish you can see how tall it is and what it's doing to us. And so, you know, so that's the site looking up to the towers, okay? Go to the next one. That's looking up, or sorry, that was the satellite. This one's look up the towers. And then, so I just want you to kind of visualize what we're battling here. So in our mind, we're actually creating something that is similar to the environment that's there. And we're the last road out, you know, building that could be put there. If you looked at those slides going east, there's no houses there for quite a while, you know, so we're not even affecting anyone to the east of us. And so then we went, you know, the transportation, utilities and all that stuff, that's all handled through your preliminary plan. Those are things that are overcome every day. If it's not feasible, you don't build it, right? And so that's got to come as soon as we decide what we can, you know, go out and design. Right now, we're into this about $30,000 just in engineers and stuff. And like I told them before in Ivans, my guy always tells me at a zone change, you can't, it's whether it's good for the area. It has nothing to do with the transportation or any of that, because when they submit the preliminary plan, if you can't do it, you can't do it, you know? But I do understand, talking to you guys and talking to the other city we went into, it's different, so. But what we did is we went in and got Hell's Engineering, who does a lot of traffic studies, I'm told, for Salt Lake City. They're highly recommended. And we come up with a couple ideas. And one of them is a roundabout right there in the middle of the curve. And if you look, where the roundabout is, the distance with the elevation to where it's going to land on the site is about the same as where the entrance is right now. And for fire code, it's, you know, it's 20-foot wide road unless you're putting in a fire hydrant, then you got to have 26 for 40 feet. And we know that we'd have to make sure that meets that code. So one option is the roundabout. It kind of helps in that blind corner there as people are coming down, slows them down. It even helps with the bike traffic there, because I was standing there and a bike about ran me over. So, and then you got.
Yeah, I was just going to say, after we got the report back from Chrissy, we went back to Hell's Engineering and kind of brainstormed what we could do to, you know, what another solution was. And the roundabout came up, and once he said it takes away that blind spot. And what it really does is it makes it so traffic can still flow without stopping it, and it just slows it down. And we anticipate, you know, I think Hell's anticipate about 80% of traffic is going to be heading into the city and not up the canyon.
Okay, go to the next one. And we did another one where you know, it's out in the lane they're talking about too. And you could do this in either spot. I mean, I built a lot of roads in Utah. That's what we do. It's, you know, Legacy Highway, Davis Corridor, you know, all Bangor Highway. We've helped build those roads over the years, and I've seen what you can do for roads. You just got to do them right. And when we look at okay, go to the next one. So that's another option. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, this one is moved east so that we can avoid the issue. This is just a, you know, entrance exit, just to avoid the issues of if we were to build it more west. So.
Yeah, and if you notice, another reason too is the creek moves further to the south, and so this gets you right out of the riparian area. So, okay, and then this was done, and I assume they've taken all the all the information correct. But when you look at this, we're just under 6 acres, right? When you get all the riparian areas, the slopes and all that, we can build on about 39,000 square feet. And then we can our footprint's got to be lower than that because we got the other accesses we got to deal with. And that site literally sits over 100-something feet lower than the closest condominiums. So let's think, what else Chance was gonna, yeah. But that's just a concept for a footprint and what we think would be good for the property.
Any questions from the commission?
Yeah, in your conceptual site plan, do you have the 100-foot setback on the creek in that plan?
My belief, I haven't been told it doesn't. I'm told the engineer, as Peterson, has done a lot of work here, and they're supposed to look at meet all the criteria.
So it's not shown on the plan?
I couldn't tell you.
It should be shown on the plan.
It is
that
shown.
was, yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how we came up with the basis of the footprint. Peterson has
I
worked
see.
with you.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's a 30-foot easement over the water main that runs through the site. Is that shown on the plan?
Yeah, and there's also a gas line that runs through there too. So all these pipelines that have been in there forever, they could be in there ripping that terrain up tomorrow, right up the hillside, because it goes right up past Donner,
I did want to say they do show that 100-foot setback, but the plan does not comply with that setback. The conceptual plan, they would need to modify it to comply.
Okay, thank you.
And we'd have to do that when we bring in our preliminary plan,
Thank you.
We understand that.
Let's go ahead and open up public comment on this. We have several cards here. Our first one is Sarah Baldwin. Go ahead and approach the microphone and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Baldwin. I am a Salt Lake City native and longtime resident. My mother and I are co-owners of a condominium in the Canyon Crest condos, which was just shown on the screen there as the one that is adjacent to the property in question. I'm also here with the HOA president of our condo, Martha Wonderly, and her husband, and we're here on behalf of our entire building, 120 plus residents who are in opposition to this proposal. We articulated many of our concerns in our filed comments. These are echoed in the hundreds of comments that you all received that are in the well-documented staff packet. So I'm not going to repeat myself. But clearly, going from an FR2 to a RMF 75 on this very sensitive land is not only inconsistent with Plan Salt Lake, it is inconsistent with the East Bench master plan. And while it's easy to look from a bird's eye view at a map and say, oh, there's already existing multifamily up there, then we can clearly just put more. If you've stood on that land, if you've looked down on it, if you've been around it, you know that it is completely separate from the existing multifamily. And while I appreciate, the landowner's concerns around their prospects, there are a lot of really compelling reasons articulated in the staff report as to why this land should not be changed. Water. This is part of our watershed, our groundwater. It is a riparian corridor. It is a hazardous flood zone. And if you don't think that property floods, it does. We submitted some photos last spring after our big winter. The property was flooded well up to nearly the edge of the hill. That will happen again. Fire. Our building and many others in the area are having increasing trouble even just getting insurance. This is a fire zone and will only increase as wildfires are growing. And finally, traffic, noise, pollution. Adding a substantially larger number of people, cars, lights, all the things to this area will fundamentally change the characteristic of this land and these parcels. For these reasons, we oppose, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next card is Joe Smolka. Go ahead and approach the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Mayor Joe Smolka from Immigration Canyon. She wants me to pick the microphone up. So I'm Mayor Joe Smolka from Immigration Canyon, and I got to tell you, it is really nice to sit on the back row for a change. So several things. We submitted a letter with all of our information in it. I hope you have that in front of you. A couple of things I want to mention. One, Immigration Canyon is in the process of doing a FEMA floodplain map. It's in draft stage right now. A significant portion of the flat part of this lot is in the floodplain. Two, on the traffic study, it was conducted at one of the lowest traffic days of the year. We also believe that it doesn't include the roundabout that's going to be down at the Crestview intersection. For access in emergency, Immigration Canyon has this road right here in front of this property and then up over the top into Parley's, and those are our accesses. We are having concern about adding quite a substantial amount of more traffic on that road in case of an emergency. In our plan, we also list many other things, historical and the environment. On the creek, we have concerns about pollution. We are just in the process of conducting a pollution study in the creek with the possibility of doing some remediation to eliminate the pollution in the creek. Does that mean I'm off?
It looks like the mic may have cut off.
Is it working now?
Yeah, it's working now.
The pollution in the creek, we've conducted a study and we're trying to work with.
We're getting our backup mic out here.
So we're working with the Division of Drinking Water. Wants me to stop.
They'll need you to hold on until the audio goes online as well.
Yeah.
So we just need to pause for a second.
We're just having all kinds of technical difficulties.
Dead battery.
We had a delay. Speak right in it.
Now, does that work?
That works.
So I was on, we're working on the stream and we're working to clean it up. And we have some plans in process. We don't feel like a development at this area. One of our highest concentrations on pollution is at the dog park. Several years ago, we conducted a study to try and hook into Salt Lake City sewer system to help with this problem. They told us at that time that we would have to upgrade the sewer lines from Immigration Canyon all the way down to 13th East to accommodate the 650 homes that we have, and they want to bring in, a third of that. Glad to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do recommend you deny.
Our next card is Chris Tollinger. And go ahead and have a seat if you'd like there and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Alrighty, I want to stand and be counted.
But
we have to have you right up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hang
right.
Your lip You really need to be right
Yeah,
on it.
your mouth has to be right close to it.
Get a little infrastructure in here. Okay. Hello, I'm Chris Tollinger, and I live in Emigration Canyon. I'm here tonight to speak against rezoning the property at 3052 East and 3150 East Emigration Canyon Road, which is at the entrance to historical Emigration Canyon. I'm seeking support, and I definitely support the denial that you have mentioned from the group here. So, the things that I wanted to talk about is preservation of the community character. I mean, Emigration Canyon has a rich history. It's well known to anyone who has visited. This is the place, Heritage Park. This just doesn't make sense on so many levels to change it to a tower situation. There are huge environmental concerns. The foothill area is a sensitive ecological zone, as we've heard tonight. High-density residential development could lead to increased erosion, habitat destruction, and negatively impact the watershed and wildlife. Maintaining lower density helps preserve these natural resources. The property location crosses over Emigration Creek, as you saw. This is a precious water resource for the foothill area, and it's part of the Salt Lake City watershed, which we've heard, which means people outside of the canyon rely on it for drinking water. So Emigration Canyon begins in Emigration Creek begins in Emigration Canyon, flows into Hoagle's, then underground, and finally into Bonneville Golf Course. This creek is part of over 21 miles of buried creek in the Salt Lake Valley and about 5
That's time.
belonging to Emigration Creek.
Sorry about that.
I have more to say. Other people have been up here for more than 2 minutes, so I'm just gonna
Sorry.
continue.
No. You can
Sorry,
email-
but if you don't,
I will close with the 2022 Forest Service study noted that fire danger in Emigration Canyon is rated as extreme. Emigration Canyon
Okay.
is a steep canyon.
we're going to have to ask you to leave if you don't. And our next card is Christina Hayes. And state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Christina Haynes with an N. And I've lived up in that area for quite some time. Not in the canyon, but I've lived on Donner Way, I've lived on Crestview, I've Ochre. And my biggest concern is, there are a million, as that woman was stating, but the biggest concern that I see is the right-of-way out of where the 400 to 500 units are by my home that abates onto your proposed. So there's one street that goes down Crestview Drive to Wasatch to Sunnyside. That's the egress for emergency for at least 1,000 people. And now we've got the other side coming in with another minimum 200, I've heard up to 500 units. That intersection where Wasatch enters onto Emigration Sunnyside is, if you live there, 2 hours in the morning, it's packed. 4 to 5 cars deep, 2 hours in the afternoon, and then add the hikers and bikers year-round. It is just too busy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next card is Janice and Chris Cantwell. And we do have a check here that they want the following comments read. We are opposed to the high-density zoning for the property at the base of Emigration Canyon for a variety of reasons. Strain on water system, strain on ecosystem, higher probability for bicycle accidents, which are already a challenge, unsupported traffic demand of Emigration Canyon Road. Our next card is Lisa Fitzgerald. state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, Lisa Fitzgerald. I'm going to try and be super duper quick. I'm a resident of Emigration Canyon. I am an avid cyclist. I've lived in Salt Lake for 27 years, and I'm an ecologist. Many things have already been said, and I don't need to repeat those. The one point that I did want to make that I think the gal, she was starting on, Emigration Creek flows into Wasatch Hollow, then Blaine Natural Area, and ending up in Westminster College. In low-ish runoff years, we always have flooding in this floodplain area. In high runoff years, last year, you all know what happened in these areas. We cannot reduce that floodplain, and we cannot cause flooding in low runoff years. And these are really critical areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last card is John Wunderly. And state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is John Wonderly. I'm a resident of the Canyon Crest condominiums. I have developed low-cost housing for the county, for the city. I understand this concept, but the concept is so vague that I don't see how a zoning change can be made on the basis of their concept. Their concept basically is stated, this should accommodate 554 doors. In addition to a student housing development, there has been no evidence whatsoever that the University of Utah sanctions a student housing development by them. In fact, we know for a fact that this is not done together with the University of Utah. This is not a student housing development associated with student housing. There are other possible benefits. The concept is assisted living center, or, and amazingly, multi-family developments of similar size. They're not talking about just one. They're talking about multi-family. This is the concept anyway. So in addition, they're talking about, well, let's provide some housing, some low-income housing. They talk about ensuring access to affordable housing, encourage housing options. Now,
That's time.
Yeah. Sorry, that's been 2 minutes.
Okay, let me just,
Sorry, but.
You can email the rest of your comments.
Yeah. Sorry.
their development can't
Thank you.
affordable
Yeah.
housing.
You can email your comments to Chrissy.
Is there anyone else who would like to give public comment? Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jan Hemming. The Oakcrest Neighborhood Council, which I represent, joins with East Bash Council in opposing the development at the mouth of Immigration Canyon. The arguments against this proposal have been expertly presented by the EBCC in a comprehensive letter to this commission. They are compelling. The city got it right when it zoned this property FR2, protect wildlife habitat, protect the natural scenic character of the foothills, minimize environmental hazards, promote the safety and well-being of present and future residents. A zoning change to high-density RMF 75, paving the way for an 8-story, 200-unit apartment complex, would not provide the same protections. This commission is between a rock and a hard place. The city needs more housing. But the city also needs all those conditions that promote sustainability, things that make a city livable and beautiful, where nature and open spaces bring balance and health to our lives. Emigration Canyon belongs to all of Salt Lake. It is a precious resource cherished by hikers, bikers, and those awed by the roar of a spring runoff down Emigration Canyon Creek, or trees turning crimson, gold, and amber in the fall. For cyclists from my neighborhood in Yellowcrest and all over the city, the mouth of Emigration Canyon is the gateway to a sacred space. The principle of sustainability, which this administration has championed, would be compromised if this plan goes forward. Please deny this request.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Elizabeth Barrows, and I am here to say that I appreciate and support staff's decision to talk about not allowing this project, and as well as what people have already stated. This area is utilized primarily for recreation. It is not an area that is a walkable city or a walkable area where there are grocery stores or something else, the resources to support a large dwelling, and it would only increase traffic in that area. As well, when the developers purchased this area, they knew the zoning, they knew what could be accomplished and what would be acceptable according to the East Bench plan, although there is some disagreement, it seems like. And I just don't trust that with the rezoning there would be safety for the riparian area with either this group or another developer. I mean, can you really trust a group that can't manage a PowerPoint with a very important waterway? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name's Steve Newton. I live in the Canyon. The owners knew that this was an FR2 when they acquired the land. What they're proposing is just absolutely the wrong project in the wrong place. The studies and comments that have been submitted are make a strong argument that it should not be permitted, and I just wanted to add my voice that it's a no-brainer for this commission to deny the approval.
Thank you. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ramon Lavandero, Lavandero. I'm an owner at the Bench Tower condominium, and I am affirming the staff recommendation to deny. But as a health professional, what I'd like to do is spotlight some of the health and safety issues we haven't really heard as much about, because this really is a data-based decision, not a subjective, emotion-based decision. So we know the area is very subject to fires, avalanches, landslides, floods, earthquakes, for starters. To me as a health professional, for starters, that means smoke inhalation, suffocation, traumatic injury, crush injuries, burns, drowning, and that's the short list. So the time and complexity of evaluation has life-threatening implications. If you do the numbers, if you figure 1 to 2 occupants in 200 units, that means about an average of 300 new residents are going to be parachuted into the canyon mouth. As already been mentioned, the primary canyon egress is either onto Sunnyside Avenue or out the back and up to Parley's. When one gets to Sunnyside, it meets the evacuation of the 1,000 or more people who have already been mentioned from the 12 high-rises overlooking the area. Plus, I haven't heard anybody mention evacuation of one of the largest zoos in the Mountain West. So, considering all of that, the data speaks. And I hope that that'll be a major consideration in the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyhow, go ahead, come forward. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jody Giroux. I am an Emigration Canyon Planning Commissioner, and I'm here to represent the Immigration Canyon Planning Commission and asking the Salt Lake City Planning Commission to recommend denial of this petition. Mayor Smoka also wanted me to point out that the property to the west of the subject property is zoned FR20, and the existing zone of the property in question is appropriate. To rezone would be absolutely inappropriate, at least to the zone that's requested. And I would urge the applicant to pursue development of the property that is appropriate to the existing zone. And I think you can do so and probably make some financial gains. And I also want to thank Chrissy for her excellent report and all of the people who submitted letters opposing this application. And I urge the Planning Commission to review all of those letters. I know it's like over 300 pages and a lot to read, but most of what's in there has been stated tonight, so thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to give comment? Have we received any emails?
Yes, we have. I apologize for the late email, but I'm hoping to arrive for the meeting. I and my entire family of 6 are opposed to the development of a high-density residential project at the mouth of Immigration Canyon. The traffic burden and harm to the environment are of major concern, but safety for bicyclists and motorists would likely also be impacted. And I wonder how the apartment buildings above would fare. This is from Patricia Vital. The second email is from a Karen Pensky. I am not in favor of changing the zoning at the bottom of Immigration to accommodate high-density development. The impact on our canyon, narrow roads, as well as danger to bicyclists opens the canyon to a huge influx of traffic that will impact the rustic nature of where I live. Consider how you would like the overdevelopment as well as the invasion of the small canyon environment. And those are the 2 emails I have.
Thank you. One last call, if anyone would like to give public comment. We will go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission. I first want to remind everyone that since zoning changes is a legislative item, this will be considered ultimately by decided ultimately by the city council in a future meeting. And I also want to give the applicant an opportunity first to respond to some of the comments.
One of the comments they keep talking about is fire. I've been on wildfire teams, and yes, fire is a big deal. But when you put a building in the site, you actually reduce, and you put in fire hydrant stuff, you actually help, because now water is closer for you to access for the canyon. And the roundabout actually helps in that scenario too, because now they have a place to turn around. And a lot of people come up the canyon and they can't turn around, and this is a good place for them to turn around and go back because they miss the zoo, and we're surrounded by commercial everywhere we go. And, it's one of those things, if we got a fire on our property, Crestview, all those people, the fire goes uphill, it climbs, it don't go downhill. And I mean, it does, but I'm saying the majority of it. So, as far as earthquakes and that kind of stuff, we're all in that trouble. That building will fall off the top if we have an earthquake. So with that scenario, we'd have to get rid of all those houses. But we've been fighting that years and years. As we went through here, when we talk about sustainability and open space and the creek, I think you guys have put in some very good and strict rules to protect the creek, to protect your slopes. In Ivans, we call it a sensitive lands for the slope, your slope protection. That's why when we got 5.92 acres, we're down to less than an acre we can build on. And if you put 12 homes in there, I think you would do more disturbance than you would by having this in there. But we might be okay doing 12 homes, because if we can get our 12 homes, but I think that might cause more, but that's okay if that's what people want. We never did say that in the beginning University of Utah came to us, and that's where that 500 number come from. That's where we redid our narrative because we did more information. Chrissy and her Kelsey, we sat down with them and they explained the situation, and we redid the narrative and says 200 homes tops, or under 200 homes tops. Go ahead.
Yeah, and just for the record, the U is not involved in this at all, and we've stated that in the past, but if we need to clarify once again, the U has nothing to do with it. We're not in conversation with them or anything like that. And also, the gentleman mentioned a list of things that we might be able to do, but we're not saying we're going to do them all. It was just suggestions that could be there. It would only be able to allow one of them. So,
yeah. I think what's our governor, he wants 35,000 homes built in 5 years, and he's changed some rules for us cities that's affecting our cities. And I don't agree with them all, but we have had conversations with several people in that area, whether it is the University of Utah or there's no housing up there for the students. Even if it has nothing to do with student housing, there's no housing up there for anybody. They're having to go clear down there. So now we create more traffic, and a lot of walkability too when you deal with this and riding bikes, because that's what they do when they go to school. Let's see. I'm going to try hurrying. And low-cost housing, that's a number that no one knows what it really means. It depends on the area you live in. So I've been on attainable, we call it attainable housing, try to figure that out. It always comes back to a subsidy, is to get attainable housing. Someone has to give for someone to get. As far as the crick and stuff goes, we have to do a SWIP. It has to meet the criteria, just like the zoo, just like everyone upstream. And flooding, it has to meet that criteria. Let's see. I think, but having water that closer up with a fire hydrant will help a whole bunch in having a roundabout where they could get their water and get out. We might even want to put one out on the highway for them to access easier, if that's a big. I never thought of that until they were talking. Let's see. I got one. Someone else made one more comment. Let's see. Yeah, pollution in the creek, all that has to be taken. There's ways that they deal with that today through engineering. And it just seems to me like it's, the old saying I learned was, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. When I look at that area there, we're not asking for anything that's not already there. And when you look at it from ownership, especially with the way legislation is going with what they consider a take and not, we got 6 acres and we're asking to build on less than an acre. You're almost getting that area, what's really a take. Now, if we put 12 homes on it, like Chrissy said, maybe it's not. Maybe that's the right place for it. But I will know you'll do more damage by allowing 12 homes on there than you would by just one little footprint. And so, do you got anything, Chance, you want to add to that? I think that answered the ones I wrote down that I can remember. So if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Mike, could I remember one?
Go ahead.
One's comment was made, it's a recreation area. Sometimes we forget it's private property. No one should be on it. And the property that's zoned FR20, that's the city's water. No one can build on it. And the rest of it's so steep, no one can build on it either. So that's just kind of a holding pattern. So, okay,
thanks.
I have a question, Chrissy. Is what I have from the applicant materials is maybe 2 pages plus the traffic study, site plan, the traffic study, and some pictures. Have I got everything?
Yeah, the 500 unit original application, they revised that for this one, so that is everything.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. This is a very complicated site to develop. I would say one of the more complicated sites that we've seen both from the standpoint of where the 30% slopes are, where all of the different easements are, and probably a very, very difficult site to develop in general. I happen to agree with the statements that, with the evaluation of staff in terms of meeting the zoning requirements, and I also am sympathetic to the neighborhood's concerns, particularly around the environmental issues, because that is something that Plan Salt Lake is very concerned with as well. We do often get a lot of neighbors in to complain about something being built next to them, but in this particular instance, I don't actually think it would have that much impact on the neighbors personally, except for perhaps the traffic, and even that, the traffic study shows it's not, I mean, it sounds like crazy, but if you build 200 units there, there's not a tremendous amount of traffic generated out of that. So, on the other hand, the environmental concerns are very real. I think that Plan Salt Lake really is very clear about that, and so that's my sense of this.
There's a lot of different concerns about this. The one that comes to my mind, since usually I am very supportive of increasing density, but this site is over 1.5 miles from the nearest high-frequency bus stop. And I am not a big fan of adding more density when it's not served by transit. So that's my biggest transportation concern on this.
Chrissy, are they putting the bus stop? Mike?
Go ahead and respond.
We actually talked about that, and I'm told when they're putting a bus stop once they get the roundabout in by the Hogle Zoo, and we explained what we were trying to do, and they even thought that might help with the bus stop now that it can go up there, that they could extend it up. So we did, because I thought the roundabout, someone says they put a roundabout, and it was on Crestview to help with the transit. And I says, well, what if we did something like this? They says, that would help with transit.
The roundabout's not part of your proposal, though. I mean, you proposed it here, but you didn't propose it in the traffic study. Doesn't propose it either, does it?
It gives several options. Okay.
Thank you.
And it's one of the
and it was in response to what we got back from Chrissy, and that's why it's kind of coming in later stages. And so
yeah.
Just seems like there's a lot of unresolved issues here.
Yeah.
It may be that I'm not going to encourage a different application, but one that's more in keeping with the scale of the existing zoning might be something to consider.
Well, but okay, make sure I don't get it, because I assume things based on what I've lived. Okay, one thing to think about when we say, when was this zone put in? Because I guarantee you there was someone that was frustrated when every one of those condos got put on top of that hill. And the sensitivity of that was probably a lot more than what we're dealing with. And the traffic, we got to deal with those. Zoning, it gives us an opportunity to see if we can deal with all those issues. Because if we can't deal with them, we can't do it. I mean, that's the a preliminary plan, that you got to have something to move forward to know where you can present. So.
I'm ready for a motion if you guys are. On project PLN PCM 2202-01106, 3052, that's the address. Based on the information presented and discussed, I move that the commission forward a negative recommendation, a recommendation of denial to the city council for the zoning map amendment.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kratzik and a second from Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion? Let's vote. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Kratzik.
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. That forwards a negative recommendation to the city council.
We need to solve this.
And our next item, number 4, is Yale Crest, Upper Yale Local Historic District designation. Case number PLN HLC 2023-00571. And our planner is Nan Larson. And we'll wait just a moment while things get set up.
Please take your conversations outside.
Sorry, it is. Sorry about that. We are all up and ready. Salt Lake City received a request to establish the Upper Yale Local Historic District designation by Patricia Godey, a property owner within the proposed district boundaries. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission forward to the City Council a recommendation to adopt the proposed local historic district. The Yale Crest Upper Yale District designation is located between 1800 East and 1900 East along both sides of Yale Avenue that's indicated on this map. Salt Lake City has 16 local historic districts, 14 of which are indicated on this map on the slide. The 2 other districts were recently adopted by City Council, which Planning Commission also heard at the time, and they include Princeton and Laird Heights. Located directly, those 2 are located directly below Harvard Heights indicated on this map. The red arrow indicates the approximate location of the proposed Upper Yale Local Historic District. The Upper Yale Local Historic District, which is highlighted in red on this map, is located on the furthest right-hand side and is in the easternmost district in the Yale Crest, and it's within the Yale Crest National Historic District. This map also shows the locations of the newly designated local historic districts of Princeton and Laird Heights, located towards the left-hand side of the map. The Yale Crest National Historic District was listed on the National Register in 2007. Since that time, 7 local historic districts have been established in this boundary. The Yale Crest National Historic District has the highest concentration of period revival homes in the state. The Upper Yale District includes 24 homes on 24 properties, and 22 of the 24 homes are considered to be contributing to the historic character of this neighborhood. Upper Yale was platted as Upper Yale 3rd Edition in 1928, and the houses in this subdivision were constructed between 1928 and 1939. The standards of the designation of the local historic district are evaluated on historic significance, historic integrity, eligibility on the National Register, and whether it furthers the public interest and if it's supported by established planning policies. As it was described in the staff report, staff evaluated each criterion against the proposed designation and found that the Upper Yale designation meets each standard. It was also found that the map amendment standards were also being met, which are based on whether the proposed amendment furthers the adopted plans, policies, and zoning code. And it was also found that the proposed designation will have minimal impact on surrounding properties. So on this slide here is the local historic district designation process on these slides. So it's a pretty involved process that does take some time. We are on step 7 of this process, where the proposal is presented at commission meetings for recommendations to be forwarded to City Council. The Historic Landmark Commission met earlier this month and forwarded that City Council adopt the proposed district. After the Planning Commission hearing tonight, a public support ballot will be sent to property owners, where each property owner will vote on the district designation. After these measures are returned, the proposal will go to City Council for one last public hearing and a decision. All right, and we'll briefly review some of the updates to the historic status ratings in the neighborhood. So last summer, a member of the State Historic Preservation Office staff and planning staff evaluated the properties located within the proposed district and confirmed that 19 structures listed as contributing in the 2005 reconnaissance level survey remain contributing. They also identified 3 structures that were originally listed as non-contributing to now contributing to the historic character of the neighborhood. And the recommendation. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission forward to the City Council a recommendation to adopt the Yalecrest Upper Yale Local Historic District. And because this is a legislative item, it would be the City Council that would make the final decision on this. And I'm available for any questions, and my applicant, Patricia, also has a presentation.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and have the applicant come forward and state your name for the record, and then go ahead with your presentation.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Patricia Godey. I'm actually the applicant for this local historic district application. So I guess I'll just run the slides, or you can.
Yeah, I can. Just let me know.
If you want to go to the next slide. I think that Nan already covered most of this, so I won't really get into this one. But on the next slide, I wanted to express that we didn't just take this on lightly, or I should say our neighbors. We did a poll of the property owners, and we asked them all, are you interested in this initiative? Going forward in the long process to get a local historic designation. And they said yes, and they signed the petition to move forward. And they're on board. They need to be periodically updated because this is a really, really long process. So I kind of want to go over a little bit of the demographics of that particular block. This is a really interesting get to know your neighbors exercise because, you know, there's a lot of diversity in age groups and families, but I wanted to point out that 9 of the 24 property owners actually have children under the age of 18, and they attend the public schools in the area. there's a strong commitment to preservation, or they didn't want to move forward. So we really were thoughtful about the process. Really isn't just limited to the LHD, it's really the overall neighborhood and the feel of the neighborhood. And they are really invested in the long-term livability of the neighborhood. So we wanted to make sure to capture that and to deliver that message to the council, the commission, and there's a few meetings that anyway, so there are some concerns though, and so that needs to be stated, that the property owners did express concerns. There's impact on individual property owners, like renovations, for example, and costs to repair windows, for example, on the front facing of their homes. And so we actually really tried to address those concerns with staff, as well as there are other programs available to help offset some costs of repairing some of these types of structures to maintain that integrity in that historic district. One of the things that I just want to point out is that city staff has been really open and available to the property owners, and even had 2 meetings for us, because it was in the winter, and so it was snowing one of them. So it was really just to let everyone know on the commission that we really appreciate that on the street. If we go to the next slide, please. Oh yeah, so this is interesting because this is about preserving the history of the street block. What it is the ability to have a voice to preserve the historical aspects of Salt Lake City and contribute to that effort. It also is really interesting because it's a grassroots effort to educate the property owners on that block about what it means to be in an LHD. It's a really, really long process. I think I've already mentioned that 3 times now. But what I really wanted to point out is this is part of a citywide, local historic preservation effort. It is not limited to Harvard, Yale. It's Capitol Hill, it's Rose Park, it's all of Salt Lake City. What it is not is a means to circumvent any current city plans that encourage the social, economic, and environmental sustainability of Salt Lake City. And it's not a means to impede any of the plans for attainable or affordable housing. So the reason why I want to bring that up is because we have contributing structures, one of which is a duplex. It's currently on the market to be rented. It's a 3-bedroom for $2,100 per month. We also have 2 homes that have ADUs, and they're contributing structures. So what that demonstrates is that this is a feasible idea, and that you can still have the ability to build additional structures behind your property or somewhere, as long as you maintain the front-facing street view of that street block. If we go to the next slide, Nan. Yeah. So I mentioned Capitol Hill. It's one of the oldest historic preservation sites. We really want to maintain that, and we're aligned with that. And everyone in this room knows that we're sitting in one of the most iconic preserved buildings today. This was a commitment and a preservation effort that is going to be staying with this city for a long time. What we really don't want is on Easter Sunday of this year, the partial demolition of the Chapel Ward on the west side, west of us. So one of the things that I'd like to point out is, in fact, I'd like to also point out that we had a demolition today on Harvard, right south of us, which is perfectly fine. It's totally legal. But what we, as a community on that block of Yale, is we want to make sure that we preserve the historical nature of that. If we can go to the next. Oh, guess what? I'm not going to take any more of your time. This is interesting because these are some of the themes, if you will, that I've heard throughout this entire process. Neighbors people that are engaged, people that are opposed, and they have a voice, the people that live on the block. It's interesting because they come up with these terms, and I thought it would be worthwhile just to capture them. I'm not going to go over them, but I do want to say I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Let's go ahead and open up public comment. Our first, not one, but two cards are both Janet Hemming. Well, both of them say Yellcrest neighborhood. Okay, gotcha. Well, go ahead and approach our microphone on the corner.
I hope you're not getting tired of me, but this is the last time I'm speaking tonight.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience.
And I assume you're representing the community council, so we'll give you 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. It's going to be short.
Jan, can you scoot a little closer to the microphone, please? Thanks.
All right. Is that better? Okay. The Yellcrest Neighborhood Council enthusiastically and unanimously supports Upper Yale Avenue as a local historic district. It is another step in affirming what writer Wallace Stegner called a sense of place. It is also a microcosm of similar decisions facing the city. Major questions loom about our city's historic past, the fate of Abravanel Hall in Japantown, saving the partially demolished Fifth Ward Chapel, preserving Salt Lake's West Side with its rich diversity of ethnic, racial, and immigrant groups and the homes and communities they built. And elsewhere, there are future questions about Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church on 1100 East, the 1914 cottages on Hawthorne Avenue in Central City that housed trolley company workers, hundreds of post-war homes in Rose Park that welcomed soldiers and their families after World War II. Upper Yale Avenue may be seen as a very small part of Salt Lake's past, but every piece of the city's delicate historic fabric deserves our best efforts to protect it. Most notable about the application, which Trish has already mentioned, is the housing inclusiveness of the street. As she pointed out, there's a duplex, which is also a contributing structure, and 2 ADUs. The youthful demographics of those living on the street suggest that in the future, more housing options will likely be developed, proof that the past and the future housing needs of the city can be accommodated and they can comfortably live side by side. I urge your approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lynn Pershing. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Lynn Pershing, president of Keep Yellcrest, a 501c3 organization whose acronym stands for Keep Educating and Encouraging Preservation of Yellcrest. It's now 10 years old. We strongly support designation of Upper Yale Heights and Yellcrest as a local historic district. Yellcrest was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2007, yet today has experienced 60 city-approved demolitions of historic contributing single-family homes and replaced with new construction of the McMansion genre. This activity should not be allowed for 2 important reasons: affordable housing needs and sustainability. Those demolished historic contributing houses represented naturally occurring affordable houses on the East Bench. The replacement new construction is 2 to 3 times more expensive, making it further and further out of reach for many new property owners looking for single-family housing in our city. In contrast to the majority of streets on the 18 to 1900 block in Yellcrest, the proposed Upper Yale Heights LHD contains 91% historically contributing houses. many of which are considered affordable in Yalecrest and on the East Bench, including a lovely multi-family duplex. Secondly, the demolition of historically contributing houses is unsustainable. While historic houses have already embodied their CO2, new construction emits CO2 for 60 years, adding more and more pollution to our city. Further, despite the recycling of some building materials, demolition of existing houses, plus the new replacement construction, adds tons and tons of waste detrimental to our city's policy on a zero-waste landfill. Upper Yale Heights is a highly walkable area with friendly, interactive residents, mature trees that provide shade and ambiance, and original city-owned street lamps that all
That's time.
contribute to a recognized sense of place. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next card is Cindy Cromer. And state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Well, those of you who know me, and certainly the staff, will know that I'm typically down to the wire in terms of drafting my comments. And I wrote these comments anticipating the landmarks recommendation, and they had moved their meeting. So I showed up on the wrong night, like a swallow headed to Capistrano. So it was very nice this afternoon not to be drafting these comments. Of course, I offer my support for the Upper Yale nomination as a city registered district. I followed the formation of the city's historic district since the late 1980s. I cannot think of a time that the city has considered 3 nominations in less than a year. The energy and talent embodied in these 3 nominations by the applicants, property owners, and staff are staggering. My comment addresses the error rate in the designation of contributory structures in Upper Yale. SHPO identified 3 out of 24 houses which were inappropriately listed as non-contributory at the time of the National Register nomination. That's over 12%. As someone with excellent credentials for being OCD, I think that percentage is too high. It translates into property owners not realizing that their properties would be eligible for tax credits, owners thinking that there's no point in following the best practices for preservation, and obviously a reduction in the overall concentration of contributory structures in the proposed district and in the existing National Register district. Now, that concentration of contributory structures is critical in the designation of both kinds of districts. If these errors had not been identified and the district approved, the owners would be able to demolish the houses listed as non-contributory. We deal with this scenario in the Central City Historic District too frequently. I acknowledge that the staff and the City Council are taking steps to update the surveys. The percentage of errors in this small area suggests to me that we need to hurry and be very diligent about the accuracy of our surveys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final card is Art Swindle. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, Art Swindle. I live on the street. I love the street. I love Trish. One of the factors that's so interesting is she lives in one of the 2 homes that's non-conforming on the block and is working very hard to make sure we preserve the area. It's very timely after the Harvard house was torn down today. So it's been 3 hours. You've been long time here. I hope this case is easier than the previous ones. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I just have a comment? Or is it after?
We'll hold off for just a second. Is there anyone else who would like to give public comment on this item? Any emails? We will go ahead and close public comment, and now you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not that familiar with these kinds of proceedings, just so you know, but I'm learning. I didn't know that my house was non-contributing when I took on this task. Just want y'all to know that it was a surprise. But you know what? I would like to think, and Art has been kind enough to say that maybe that makes me a little more objective about it, I guess. I don't have I do benefit, but I don't benefit if it doesn't go through. So I just want you to know I didn't know that until after the fact. And here we are, a year later. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
There we go. So this wouldn't benefit you since you're in a non-conforming, but I'm sure you have discovered through working with the SHPO staff that any historic designated property then is eligible for tax credits through the SHPO office. So one of those concerns about windows, which Amber Anderson is the person who oversees tax credits. Windows are the things she hears the most about. So she would have a lot to say about that. But those are the types of, there are financial incentives if your home is part of a designation. But you don't get to benefit from those, I'm sorry to say. Like before the other two we've had, I've also want to reiterate that I in my even time and living in Salt Lake City for 26 years. I mean, I was born here, but it was I'm 26 years old. That's what I'm trying to say. I have never seen this many nominations either. So I'm really glad and thrilled that we've been able to have community members undertake this process that is long and onerous, not because of the city, but because we're complying with state laws regarding that. And I hope to see more of these from around the city. And it just takes someone like Patricia, like somebody who's willing to do that. I unfortunately don't live in a street that has enough contributing structures any longer because they've been modified over the years. So I'm very much in support of this, and I think that these are really important initiatives that are from the grassroots level, from residents who want to have a voice in preserving the character of what made their street something special to them. If no one else has comments, I'll make a motion.
I have just one question, which is to staff, and that is, if a person who owns one of the historic properties wants to put an ADU in their backyard, do they have to go to landmarks?
Yes, I believe it would be, if Kelsey could correct
Yeah, I
me.
can jump in. No, they don't have to go to
thank
landmarks for a detached ADU or an internal ADU. Typically, they're known as accessory dwelling units, so they would fall under our accessory modifications. So it would just be a minor modification, typically reviewed by staff.
So the same as any other property owner.
That's correct.
In a single-family district.
Unless there's something really unique about said ADU, like they're requesting additional height, or maybe it's visible from the public way. It would have to be a unique circumstance to push it to the Historic Landmark Commission for a review.
And if someone wanted to subdivide their house into 2 or 3 units, as long as it's according to zoning, that would have to go to landmarks too?
No.
Okay.
No. We don't regulate the interior preservation of the properties, just the exterior.
But if they have a door on the exterior of the front, or if you have another unit and it has a door, that's kind of...
We would review any exterior modification, but it's all dependent on the level of modification of whether or not that could stay at a staff level or it would be reviewed by the Historic Landmark Commission. But if somebody wanted to add additional units on the interior of their home, split it up, that's typically not, it wouldn't be under the purview of our historic review for that property.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess like for the other commissioners, I always have a really hard time with historic districts. The map here today shows all of the historic districts that are all on the east side of the freeway, and there has not been citizens to stand up and create historic districts on the west side due to many different factors. But my concern is that if we increase regulations on the east side, then that people don't want to jump through, then it pushes the demand for change onto the community I represent, the District 2. And So that feels really complicated to me because these houses are beautiful and I care that people get to maintain their area, but at the same time, I feel really, if someone has demands that they want to expand something, they change the house enough, then they might as well move out to the west side or doze a couple of houses on the west side to be able to build an apartment building where that may be less likely to happen in the piecemeal, more and more difficult to change areas on the east. So I want to know your guys' thoughts on that.
I'll just pipe in, and I think your thoughts are valid, but the distribution of local historic districts is not one of the standards in which an application is reviewed to. So while I do think that you have valid concerns, it's not part of the process by which a petition, an application for an LHD is reviewed. And, maybe that's a discussion that you want to instigate later on. Is it to maybe look at how those standards are written, which is part of the Planning Commission's role. But for tonight, I don't think it's I don't think that we could use that based on the standards that we have that have been evaluated to add an additional review for this petition.
Yeah.
I wish there were more people, more Patricias throughout the city.
Completely.
To do that, because there's a lot of contributing homes on the west side that have their own unique architecture and value and represent some significant contributing buildings. And I believe the petitioner for the second LHD, whose name is already gone, she's now a board member for Preservation Utah, and I think that is a stated goal I read in one of their reports in the last few months, that she's joined that board, and that's part of her efforts to try and expand access to that knowledge that she gained by doing it. Just as a side note, that has nothing to do with our vote tonight.
I think
but
that's I'm very sympathetic to that. I'm also a board member of Preservation Utah, just to
that's right,
declare a affinity of interest.
So you have a job to do.
And looking in particular at the Rose Park neighborhood is I will say that one of the things that could happen in this city is that the application for a historic for a landmark district is quite complicated and time consuming, and it is one of those things which, if we could look at the process for that, not everyone has volunteers with the time and energy that it takes to put together this kind of application. And Preservation Utah in general is a low staff, high volunteer organization too. So they could also use volunteers to help with this. So it's just a pitch, but I'm going to support the motion.
Yeah, and I also share those same concerns and realize that there are things in the process that need to be changed to make it easier. And I'm also very respectful of all the hard work that it takes to actually get the application in.
Okay. I will make a motion, and I would also encourage Commissioner Krasik to, think about initiating a discussion with planning staff regarding that. There's always improvements when we find inequities through the process. Okay. For petition for the local historic district for Yellcrest, Upper Yell, PLN, HL. Okay, it's a different an acronym, so hold on. PLNHLC 2023-00571. Based on the information presented and the discussion tonight, I move that the Commission forward a recommendation to the City Council to adopt the Upper Yale Local Historic District.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Berry and a second from Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion? Let's take a vote. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Kratzik.
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. That forwards a positive recommendation to City Council. And I'll think you're welcome.
help with those? That would be
Does anyone need to take a break? Okay, let's do a 5-minute break, and it's 8:46 right now, so we'll come back at 8:52. is obstructions in required yards and height exceptions table text amendment, case number PLN PCM 2024-00231. And our planner is Ben Buckley.
Good evening, commissioners. As Commissioner Christensen just said, this is the obstructions in required yards and height exceptions tables text amendment. Some background for you. Any rooftop patio, the city considers it to be occupiable space and has to be within the max building height in order for it to be permitted. Or they could go through the plan development process to request 5 additional feet, as did PLN PCM 2023-00791. You heard that back in January and you approved it. And then at the February 14th meeting, you initiated this text amendment. Additionally, the state legislature has passed a bill that does authorize some encroachments, so our tables need to come into compliance with that. And then the tables were adopted in 1995, and they have not really seen major modifications since then. And some of our obstructions are still from the 60s. So it's time to update some of those. And then staff, we recommend that the Planning Commission forwards a positive recommendation to the City Council. Within the yard obstructions table, we are removing, clarifying, and adding some obstructions. The outdated ones, like the fallout shelter, that's the one from the 60s. We can regulate that under underground encroachments, which is already permitted in the obstructions table. We are removing window-mounted air conditioners and swamp coolers and tying that into the mechanical equipment obstruction. Within the clarifications, we are also changing the central air conditioning systems to general mechanical equipment. And then we're also clarifying the grade changes. The grade changes are not the easiest to understand within those obstructions tables. And then along with that, we are also cleaning up 21A 24010 P6. That is grade changes within the FP and FR districts. That is kept there, so we're kind of tag teaming both of those. We are adding a couple of new ones, not anything major. The one major one is other accessory structures not regulated elsewhere. We have had some pergolas and issues with pergolas. Pergolas don't really fit neatly into some of our obstructions, so we're adding the other accessory structures, but with that we are removing the arbors and trellises. The size is not changing. Arbors and trellises are going to be regulated under other accessory structures. They can still be 10 feet tall and 120 square feet in area. And then some of the state mandated obstructions are the various changes to the decks and window wells. Within the height exceptions tables, we are modifying the parapet wall. Currently, it requires you to be screening mechanical equipment in order to have a 5-foot parapet wall. We're removing that qualifier. We are also changing the height for the light poles to match the open space zoning. Currently, the table allows up to 90 feet. We're changing that to 70 feet. Just for consistency's sake with the open space zoning district. And then the big one here is the addition of the rooftop amenities and associated unenclosed shade structures. And we'll dive into that one here. They are allowed to exceed maximum building height by 10 feet, but it's important to note that if the shade structure and amenity space falls within the maximum permitted building height, then they do not have to follow any of these additional standards that we're about to get into. So these amenities and unenclosed shade structures are permitted or would be permitted in all districts except 21A 24 districts. Those are all of our residential districts. Additional standards include the shade structures will need to be set back 10 feet from all building edges, and then a 40% total rooftop coverage. That's just to kind of provide some space for mechanical equipment on top and things like that. Additional standards when abutting a 21A24 district include that the amenity shall be set back 10 feet from the shared property line with that 21A24 district. And then physical separation shall be provided to delineate the amenity area. This is to kind of avoid the amenity users to be right on the building's edge, right next to a lower zoned property. Again, our recommendation is to forward a positive recommendation to the City Council. And that is all I got for you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Thank you. Also, thank you for running from the printer back up here.
Of course, I got my
Many
steps
times.
in. Took the stairs, no elevator.
Wow. Any questions from?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so when the application that instigated initiating this petition came forward, they were asking for 5 additional feet to do the rooftop amenity, but really what it came down to is they didn't really need additional feet because the way the code was written that they got 5 additional feet because they were hiding mechanical, but they needed to ask for it so they could do the rooftop amenity. So I'm curious why we're increasing that to 10 feet. Is the 10 feet, could we have an instance where then we have a 10-foot wall extension on the top of the building? And why did you move it from 5 to 10?
So mostly the 10-foot comes from our discussions amongst staff about if you have a pool on your rooftop, your residents are going to want some shade, and if you're maxed out on your building height, it's going to be tough to provide any sort of shade for those residents while they're using the pool or using your barbecue areas or things like that.
So, I mean, then are we clarifying that the 10 feet is for shade structures? Or are
It's
we
just a
clarifying
general-
that 10 feet of extra wall is what I'm confused at? That we don't end up with 10 feet of extra wall, that if we have 5 feet of extra wall, which we currently already allow for obstructing mechanical, but then we're going to add another 5 feet for that for shade structures, I'm fine with.
Sure. Theoretically, they could do a 10-foot wall.
That part I'm a little not in tune with.
Mhm.
I don't mind I think if that additional 5 feet that takes you to 10 is specifically designated as shade structure, then in different forms, like here what you have there is one, or you could do the shade sails or whatnot.
Right.
That difference I think is important.
Okay.
So we don't end up with like a 10-foot wall for an enclosure. That seems excessive, and and if you allow it, somebody's going to do it.
Sure.
So 5 feet extra height for your mechanical, and then we allow these rooftop amenities, and then you can go an additional 5 feet over that if you want a shade structure.
We could clarify the language to be specific about unenclosed
Say that again.
structures. So I think what I'm hearing you express concern about is an enclosed structure, which would read like a wall on top of the roof.
I don't want like an additional 10
solid-
foot
a solid
solid
wall.
wall.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think what we can do is clarify that the shade structure that is achieving, or these amenities that are achieving this additional height, have to be open, right?
Sure.
So they're unenclosed, so you
That's
don't
totally
see
fine.
that.
So, yes, so right now they could do 3 walls because we have it as unenclosed shade structure, but we could go back and clarify it to
I think we
no
need
walls.
to clarify that. So, a 5-foot wall, say you want 4 of those, great. 4 screening mechanical, like that's okay. We already have that, and that's great. The original application then wanted to put a rooftop amenity, but the code was written that 5 feet only allowed for screening mechanical. So we're adding the ability for them to also do rooftop amenities with that 5 foot that's going to screen mechanical, and then allow them to do the rooftop amenities. But I think we do want to clarify that additional 5 feet that's getting you to 10 is more open, isn't, so we don't get this 10-foot enclosure rooftop amenity. Because I swear, if we allow it, people will do it.
Sure.
And I don't think that's what, well, that wasn't my hope to when we initiated this, to see this happen. But because I would like more rooftop amenities, and I was surprised that he had to come and ask us for it. So he was asking us for 5 feet that we weren't really giving him, because he really got it, because he was screening mechanical, and so it was just convoluted. My personal opinion is that I like the setbacks, but if you're, abutting a district, I just think that additional 5 feet, we need to be a little bit better at clarifying what it is that we want to achieve, so that they can have a pleasant rooftop deck.
So the roof, but this also clarifies that you can occupy that rooftop. It doesn't just have to be
Correct. Yes.
Screening of
Correct.
mechanical.
Yeah, I think that's
actually really an important part of this change.
Yeah. That was, I think, what surprised me was like, why are you even here? So making it so they don't have to come to us for these things, but that we're not going to see a 10-foot wall on each side.
Sure.
That was really when I was reading this, that was the one thing of like, why are we doing 10 feet? I do think for those type of shade structures, that's perfect though. And very pleasing, and will make it a more usable space to be occupied. Versus just being out in the sun, and it's 100 degrees nowadays all the time. But that would be something that I would want to see clarified more before it goes to the city council. I don't think it needs to come back to us for that, but that would be my direction to clarify that.
Can we make it a condition on the?
Yeah, that was one thing I was going to ask. Do you need it spelled out in a motion? Yeah, Catherine's like, yes.
Of course they do.
That would be
Of
best.
course they do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
I don't know if anybody else has anything to add.
I think we need to, before we make any motions, we need to open up the public hearing. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. If there's anyone who would like to give public comment on this item, go ahead and come forward. Have we received any emails? We will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission.
Okay. So regarding PLN PCM 2024-00231, obstructions in required yards and height exceptions, tables text amendment. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission forward a recommendation to adopt the zoning text amendment to the city council with the provision that we clarify the additional 5 feet above what is already existing to 10 feet, that we clarify that it is open and not in an enclosed wall structure.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Berry and a second from Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion? Let's take a vote. Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Kretzik. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. That unanimously forwards a positive recommendation to the city council. And
Awesome. Thanks, folks.
oh, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
We will move to our final item, which is a briefing. Amendments to Chapter 21A.59, Standards for Design Review. Case number PLN PCM 2024-00294. And contrary to our agenda, Amanda Roman will not be presenting. Kelsey Lindquist will be presenting.
You know I'm the worst. Yeah. Yes, All right. Good evening. I will be cognizant of our time. This is an updated informational briefing for the amendments to 21A59. It was initiated by the Planning Commission. Just as a quick recap, the Planning Commission initiated a petition to make amendments to 21A59. Specifically to delete standard D2, which was to modulate the design of a larger building using a series of vertical or horizontal emphasis to equate with the scale of the buildings in the context and reduce the visual width or height. Planning staff is taking the opportunity to make some additional amendments to 21A59. To clarify the language and ensure that the language meets the intent of the standard, as well as to delete those standards that are addressed in other sections of the code, such as our previous signage standards, landscaping, or parking. The goals of this amendment are to reduce subjectivity and to establish a consistent review framework for both planning staff and the Planning Commission. So the scope of the design review, Planning Commission does have the authority to review the majority of design reviews that come forward. Those include additional building height and reduced building height, TSA projects that receive less than 125 points, and those projects that are receiving or are seeking modifications to the base design standards. All right, so the applicability, the standards listed on this slide have been determined to be applicable to all projects going through the design review, regardless of the requested modifications. So as part of this amendment, staff has clarified that only standard E, or standard E only applies to buildings going through the design review process for exceeding the maximum street facing length, as specified in 21A37, which is the design standards. And standard G would only apply to those buildings where they're seeking additional building height as authorized in the underlying zoning district. Applicants are required to address each subsection and the standards within this chapter. And they are really, truly intended to provide guidance rather than being overly prescriptive. So let's get into the specific standards. So standard D, the building massing. The intention of this standard is to reduce the visual massing of the buildings and to relate them to a human scale. The massing and scale of structures should be proportionate and compatible with the existing buildings in the vicinity. Moving forward, staff is proposing that every building going through the design review process must address the standards under D, regardless of the requested modifications. The proposed amendment includes deleting the current D2 standard as requested by the Planning Commission. And that was based on concerns that it leads to over-articulation of buildings and does not necessarily reduce the perceived massing of the structure. The subsection now includes 3 standards. Standard 1 would require buildings to relate to the scale and context of the site. It provides examples of how to achieve compatibility and requires buildings to have a distinct base. Standard 2 requires buildings to have secondary architectural elements such as balconies, porches, belt courses, and window reveals. And standard 3 addresses solid to void ratios, and staff has added new fenestration requirements, which we would like to discuss further in the future slides. So staff aims to enhance the architectural quality of buildings by focusing on the depth and dimensionality in large facades. And to achieve this, we revised Standard 3 and are considering new fenestration standards. These include human scale proportions and recessed window openings. While window reveals serve functional and aesthetic purposes, the staff acknowledges that these additional standards might lead to higher construction costs. And we are seeking guidance from the Planning Commission on how to ensure building facades that provide depth and dimensionality without imposing overly rigid requirements. So standard E, additional street facing length. These standards aim to break up long facades, making buildings seem smaller by using proportional massing, visual interest, transparency, and ground level activity. This standard would apply to any building that exceeds the street facing facade length that's specified in Chapter 37, up to a new maximum that we're proposing, which would be 250 feet. If a building exceeds the maximum street-facing facade length, staff is also proposing that the ground floor use requirement in 21A37 cannot be modified or reduced. And if a zone does not have a ground floor use requirement, we are proposing that the building provides 75% as a minimum. Staff is also proposing a new standard requiring buildings on corner lots to have an accentuated corner entrance that is not blocked either physically or visually. And based on commission feedback at the last meeting, the step back requirement was deleted as it is emphasized, it happens to emphasize the podium construction type, and step backs are heavily regulated in Chapter 21A37. So still on facade length, additional building length is one of the most requested modifications and has arguably one of the biggest impacts on our streetscapes and pedestrian comfortability. Long buildings significantly impact the street level experience for pedestrians, and depending on the location, the length may have more of an impact than height, which is why we are proposing that maximum of 250 feet. This would still allow buildings to cover a third of each 660-foot long block face. Staff reviewed design review petitions dating back to 2019 and found 15 approvals for additional building length. At the last meeting, we showed buildings with long street-facing facades, but some of those were permitted by right. Of the 15 approved for additional street-facing facade length, 5 also received ground floor use reductions. Staff reviewed the floor plans of each building and found that multiple other buildings would have needed relief from the ground floor use requirement if reviewed under today's code. Unlimited building length has resulted in long, short structures with more parking, less transparency, and reduced street level activation. Of the 15 approved, only one building exceeded 100 feet in height, and that was the former Sears site, and that was prior to them selling the property to Intermountain Health. Many of the other buildings did not reach the maximum height permitted in the zoning district, and this has both resulted in allowing the density to extend out instead of up, and due to building code and construction types changing from podium to high-rise. Okay, so this slide has 3 examples of prior commission-approved projects for additional building length. Staff is considering whether the increased building length resulted in successful design outcomes, particularly concerning the ground floor design. This slide, this references the first briefing and the discussion of the Planning Commission. The commissioners described how this project was successful at breaking up the massing and creating an activated streetscape along 400 South. We discussed the building's deep inset, which we'd like to bring up again tonight. This was just added to refer back to the conversation. After the rest of the presentation, we'd like to come back to this topic of proposing the maximum, as well as the minimum ground floor use requirements and the limitation of no modification to ground floor use requirements associated with building length. Okay. Standard G. The final standard we are requesting guidance on is standard G, which would only apply when a building is seeking additional height. This section aims to reduce the impacts of additional building height through a variety of measures. Applicants will be required to address each standard and provide justification as to how their design meets the intent of the standard. The massing standards within the current code were moved to section D, and staff is proposing to delete the roof line and green roof standards. This is due to if a project is already located in the downtown district, the roof line design must contribute to distinctive skyline. So that's already being reviewed as part of the D1 requirements. And then we are adding a standard that would require buildings abutting a landmark site to include a horizontal element that aligns with that historic structure. So direction is requested for the existing standard requiring buildings to step down or up to its neighbors. Should this only apply when abutting a lower intensity district? And then after an initial review, staff is also considering deleting standard 2, which addresses the shadow impacts of tall buildings. As the climate continues to get hotter, shade will be sought after and may no longer be considered a negative impact. We do suggest deleting this standard. And then just as a reference, the discussion topics for this evening. I'm happy to go back to any slides. These are big questions at 9:20.
Thank you so much for all of this. I have 3 or 4 things, and then I will shut up, I promise.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay.
So the recessed window requirement is quite burdensome, but I think it's actually pretty important.
Okay.
So just take that as a thing. People won't do it unless you tell them to do it. The maximum building length, I think 250 feet that's a hard stop, right? I would consider adding instead of maybe scale of the base of the building. One of these, I'm not sure what that means actually. Maybe this is the same thing, that the height of the first floor be a minimum of 14 or 15 feet if you're going to have something that long. So you have a really nice ground floor height. We do that in the downtown district. I think we have that. And that would be something I would also add for additional building height. As long as we're going up, the first floor needs to be, this is just going to be my new thing after the D3 gets gone. This is going to be my new thing. Is internal, is the height of ceilings and the height of stories, because I think that this is something we don't realize, but we do read it. I mean, if you go back to any of those examples, if you had raised the part of what makes them nice and what made the Sears proposal that didn't go forward nice is that they had a first floor that was 15 or 16 feet tall. So I think that actually influences a great deal what the ground floor looks like and how it works. So the idea of the 250 feet is not so much that it isn't big, because big would suggest you don't have a big, tall ceiling, but that it is not monotonous. That's the goal here. So I think that if that's a way of sort of, maybe there's a purpose statement that might go into that. We don't want 250 feet of monotonous frontage. I do like the inserts, ground floor uses, hard stop at 250, all good.
Okay. Great.
Okay. So the building length is one of my issues. And when I read that 250 feet, I was like, oh, I already think 200 is too long. I think that the examples you gave, when we see a rendering, they're not really coming out in real life the way it's looking. And so I don't think we're achieving what we want when we exceed 200 feet with how these look, right? At all. And so I think we might need to do a review of well, the monotony is one of them, but I think when you're a pedestrian and you're walking along a building that is 250 feet long, it's imposing, and it doesn't feel inviting at all. It because I'm not an architect and I don't express in those ways, I've just really started to pay attention to like how certain things like make me feel as a pedestrian, and it's not inviting. Okay. And so how you then express if we're going to do but I don't think 250 is a hard stop, because then you say in a design review process they can still ask for greater length.
Oh, this would be a hard stop.
Okay.
This would be
I mean,
it.
I'm still like it's hard for me to say okay to 250, but I like the hard stop bit, but I think we need, I have no idea what this means for you, Kelsey, but we need better articulation of what we want to see that doesn't make it feel monotonous or imposing if we're going to allow 250 feet length of building. Because I do agree, we don't want short, long. I'd rather have higher and short, because then we're having different buildings. And so I don't know that we're there yet, but I don't know what that means. Like, I don't have any suggestions for you other than, can we continue to review that? Will you go back to the other slide of discussion items? Yes. I am very much in favor of us working on ground floor uses and what that means and what it doesn't mean. I think that is a big key to creating the type of vibrant pedestrian-oriented uses that we've been missing. So I'm really in favor of how that's been articulated. And then, let me think. So, those were my biggest ones, and I think we need to do more work on the 250 feet and how we haven't been achieving what we want, so we need to make some changes to that. And like that, the facade length is a big deal for me. That one, that's my thing. I'm done. That's mine. And as far as like shadow impacts, good luck. Some people will like it, some people will hate it. Like it, but I actually think that's okay to eliminate that, because it doesn't seem to impact any of our decisions. So it's like, why make them do it?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that is a good point that I hadn't thought about, because I look at the shadow impact diagrams and I'm like, oh, that's cool looking, but like it doesn't, rank into anything because, But probably my big thing would be ground floor uses too, and like ideally we would have very vibrant commercial uses everywhere along the ground floor that would activate everything. Unfortunately, that's not always feasible. So I think, and I mentioned this when Nick was giving us our commercial zones debriefings, that if there's a way that we can write the code so that to basically maximize the amount of ground area in buildings that could be commercial, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be, but to at least open the door for it to be that possibility in the future if the market supports that.
Or even if it doesn't, that we view them as amenity spaces, like retail as coffee shop as amenity, rather than bike storage. You have, that you don't get any rent from. You
Right.
basically give really inexpensive rent to a coffee shop.
Or
or something.
Having windows that open into the mailbox room and calling that an activation, which doesn't really work. Yeah.
I think that's dealt with in the zoning code elsewhere from the design stuff, right? I mean, design stuff basically just references that. It says more ground floor uses, so that the decision about the ground floor stuff is we already talked. The decision's not made, but it's that's part of the.
That's correct. So it's all in 21A37, which will be part of
the amendment for the zoning consolidations because we've identified some issues with that language.
So we haven't really chewed that one up all the way, but I think we chewed it up a lot. So yeah,
there's been a lot
well,
of
I think
chewing.
in here you're saying though, if they're going to
Right.
get extra height, then
Or extra
you can do this and this with ground floor uses. So I think in this particular instance, we can reference what that means. And I think for me, the delineation is it a public amenity or is it for your residents? Because then that's not public, right?
Yeah, and I think the point that Amanda was hoping to make with the additional facade length and the associated requests to reduce ground floor use is that those in combination have a significant impact.
That's often the thing that happens.
Yeah,
People
and-
want to put a parking garage on their ground floor.
Yes,
and
they do.
And when they make a really long short building, a long,
Squatty.
50-foot building,
Yeah.
they often want to have a parking garage right there.
So as part of this, we are proposing so that hard stop at 250. But if you request the 250, you cannot request a modification to those ground floor use requirements.
Yeah, that's how I read it, and I think as we have been defining those ground floor uses, I think that's an appropriate place for that, so that we can continue in many avenues to really try to change our outcomes on ground floor uses, because I've been less than happy about what we've been seeing. And so I think this is a great time to then figure out, just like when we looked at the review of the exceeding 200 feet, how we're not achieving what we'd hoped to. We haven't been achieving what we hoped to for ground floor uses the way it's written. And so it's a good thing if we're providing that also. If you're doing this, you can't do that. And that we continue to try and promote something different so that we're starting to achieve the communities we've been intending to create.
So there's a couple of questions I have. So there's a differentiation between the step back. So I'm a little confused about the step back conversation. So I've read over 100 feet, you require 3 stories for the step back. Under 100, it's 2. And then I've also, in the report, it also says you're getting rid of them completely. So on E2, E.2.D, it says it delineates the difference between 100 feet and 100 feet and up. And so I'm just a little lost on what's the actual intent? Is there I'll let you look it up.
Yeah. Let me just pull up that specific standard.
I can try.
Yeah, so you're referring to, you said standard
E2.D.
D.
Oh, E. Okay. E is.
I was hearing E too.
E is length of building. Yeah, E is length of building.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so I don't see that in the proposed ordinance at all.
Yeah.
That step back has been deleted.
Step back has been deleted.
So the step backs are regulated similar to the ground floor use in section or in chapter 37. Some zoning districts do require step back. So like FBUN2, CSHBD2, depending on if you abut a lower density district, those setbacks are in place. It can get a little complicated if we're trying to introduce additional step backs in the design review process where they're not necessarily appropriate. And so Amanda's thinking and the team's thinking was that they are addressed in 37 where they are appropriate and they can be enforced just by the design standards, and they're not necessarily appropriate to every project seeking additional height through design review.
Right.
Does that help?
Yeah, I think I know it's in here somewhere, but I just remember feeling that it was weird there would be a differentiation that wouldn't necessarily be relating to human scale. But as long as if we remove it and it's required elsewhere and it fits our other standards and it's all to human scale, then I'm happy.
Okay.
So that's.
I'll double check the step backs.
Okay, great. We had a short discussion last time about deep inserts, and it's referenced again here. What are we counting as a deep insert? And is that like the Wells Fargo building on the north end where there's little cutouts that nobody uses and they're or is that like in your rendering here where there's like deep 40 feet inserts?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I think that's just like, I want to know more how that's being articulated and what that's going to do. What the belief is that it's going to do.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. We hadn't really put any sort of dimensions to what the questions that we're posing to the commission on deep inserts. For reference, these are 41 feet by 45. They're significant in their usable space in comparison to the Wells Fargo example where it's not usable space. I would say, something that is significant to both the public or the tenants would be something that we'd want to consider. I don't know.
These inserts kind of fool you because actually the ground floor is not pushed back, just the second floor and above is pushed back. So you have a usable open space on the second floor, but you have a building massing that is less of a problem, I guess, than it would be.
I like that it's breaking up the massing. The depth, it doesn't feel like it needs to be that deep, but a priority for me would be to have some ground floor, like a little pocket park-ish mandated by the by the development requiring that space.
The ground floor should be included in the deep inside.
Well, one of the things that's happening in this drawing is that that's where the parking entrance is on the ground floor. So it just, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that my concern is that there's quite a lot of buildings that are being built so that they have all of their apartments have windows in like a U shape on top of the podium, and that's not doing what I want it to do for the ground floor experience. And so if we're entertaining the idea of mandating some kind of insert that the ground floor is in conversation with that insert. And I don't know how we want to define that yet. I think it just requires more, more sussing out of what that would mean.
Okay.
So is it, I mean, in terms of the length, you mentioned, sort of a sense of being overwhelmed. And in terms of so in the length, I mean, if you're on the ground floor, you really don't have any sense of an insert above you at all. So it's still the same length. Like you're saying, having something on the ground floor that reflects that there's an insert above,
right?
You might be a reasonable thing rather than the inserts happen because of, you're right, because of the windows required for apartments more often than they happen because we're insisting on breaking up the building. But they do break up the building massing.
Right.
And even from across the street, you can see that. I mean, it's not even subtle, even from across one of our big streets. You can definitely see it. So, I'm thinking of a lot of things built on 600 South,
So I will see how this gets actually what it looks like when it's built, but the Rite Aid or the Office Depot one on 4th South and 9th East. One of the things they did that I liked on paper was that their facade had modulation. So they had, you know, one area came out further, and then another one was recessed for another ground floor use, and they had that modulation. I like this idea, but I don't know how it's going to play out in real life.
This project,
That's
isn't it?
this project.
It's this project.
Huh?
South Northeast.
That's the one you're.
Oh yeah, so see, like, so I remember saying that I like this idea. It hasn't been built yet, so I don't know if then when it's done, if I think, oh, that was horrible, and some things are just like that. So, you know, I just came back from Europe and walkable cities galore, but you know what? They are broken up by little alleys, little stairwells going up, you know, so you don't have this huge length, but you have these tall buildings.
Yeah, but you don't have a requirement for an elevator that reaches every single apartment in Europe. So that's what's going on here, is that they have one set of elevator banks that services the entire S-shaped building here, you know.
Just talking about the feeling of feeling the imposingness of it, was that there is something on the pedestrian level that, oh, this building is now something new. So having these type of insets on the ground floor can be helpful, but I don't know. I mean, I think we're not achieving what we want. That's all I'm going to say again. And I don't know how to get us there, but.
And sometimes they can be, if they are public space, they don't have an entrance in them, for example, they're useless on the ground floor. If they're just an insert, 45-foot deep push in the building, that is not actually very, that can be kind of not a great space.
Totally.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just think more discovering how to break up the pedestrian experience is valuable, and it doesn't need to be inserts, but something to break up the feeling of that pedestrian experience. And that's such a hard tale to just be like, yeah, figure that out. But I don't know.
You know, what also happens is that in a lot of places there'll be staircases, like you said, you know, that are like stoops or doors or entrances that are like interesting entrances. And so there's all kinds of articulation that happens, you know, in a sort of naturally grown environment where the buildings change every 40 feet or even 20 feet,
right.
25 feet, that don't happen in this kind of massive way that we build right now, not naturally. So trying to mimic is sort of like mimicking, you know, an old building. It's really. On the other hand, I do think having that garage level right there is definitely a no-no. But that's what we've been tasked with.
That's great. Thank you. Any additional comments or? Okay. Any thoughts, please email them to Amanda afterwards. Okay, thank you.
I guess
Sounds
one
good.
last comment. I'm so sorry, everyone,
Go ahead.
to draw out the meeting forever. So we are planning on removing step backs, and I just want to know the narrative reason what we're gaining by removing step backs in our areas that we're doing that.
Step backs or setbacks?
I wrote step backs, and it may have actually been setbacks, and in that case, then never mind. Okay.
We're not removing setbacks. As far as the step back removal, like I said earlier, they are in place where we have identified the need when a higher density zoning district abuts a lower density zone. And we wouldn't support a modification of a step back if it was going to impact a lower density zone. And that would be through a design review process, so you would see that in front of you. Okay. If you find it, please email me. We
Sure.
can have a discussion.
Thank you. I
Okay.
should actually write it on a document instead of chicken scratch.
Thank you.
Well, we have run out of things on our agenda, but we do need to work on figuring out a way to get files out to everyone so that we aren't destroying as many trees next time. So we'll let staff work on that in the meantime, but we'll go ahead and adjourn then. Thanks, everybody.